Hello. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whatever numbers come after that. Let me just copy the URL here and throw it into my Discord. Hey, everyone. Come join the stream. ASAP. It's super important. And stuff. Okay, so today is Tuesday, December 2nd, day 2 of my promise to stream once a day, every day in December. So far, I've got a 100% win rate, which is the same as my debate win rate. Hey, Brandon. Brandon says, wow, I'm early. This is awkward. Yeah, now you're here. It's just you and me. Yeah. Kind of intimate, right? Is this awkward? Only if you make it awkward. It's good to have you here. How are you doing tonight? Anything exciting going on? Michelle says, like clockwork. That's right. Me streaming at random times whenever I finally get the defeat the anxiety and set it up. It's like clockwork. Hey, Fatoy. Good to see you all. Did I already say the time? I feel like I said it was Tuesday, December 2nd. But it is also 8:23 p.m. Michelle says, Queeman stopped streaming. I think I'll DM Coder to see if he streams or not. Then I'm like, nah, I'll just see. And then he starts streaming. That's right. I premeditated. I don't know. I knew you were going to send a message, but I knew I had to stream anyway. Josh says, "Hello, Gubna," which is true. That's a good point from Josh about the Gubna. Welcome. Make sure you like the stream on your way in. If you don't, well, you know, I don't want to find out what'll happen if you don't like the stream, you know. Michelle says, you were watching Queeman too? I was not watching Queeman. I don't really watch Queeman these days. I don't dislike Queeman, frankly. I feel like usually his streams are covering stuff I'm not super interested in. But maybe there was like a period where he wasn't covering stuff I was interested in, and so I stopped watching, and the algorithm stopped showing it to me. Polygraph says, watch the last 20 minutes of Wick's stream? Why? I don't know if I want to. Are you saying you just watched the last 20 minutes, or you think I should go watch the last 20 minutes? I watched the beginning of Wick's stream. He is all about the capitalism, happy to support MAGA, doesn't want to question them, wants to have Connor counterpoints and some right-winger talk Destiny back from being how radical. Happy to support MAGA? Interesting. More or less, he's Fox. Is it that bad? The Connor versus Pisco debate was wild. I did watch that, I believe. The most recent one? I think it was the most recent one. Because they've been doing like weekly shows, right? I like their conversations. But yeah, the one that where Pisco was like asking him like about conditions by which he would support like JD Vance or not. That was a crazy conversation. Wick is just a capitalist and wants to make money from the argument. Sure. That's probably true. But at least I think he owns that position at least. I mean, I want to make money too, but I mean, I also have values that are definitely to the left of Wick. Fatoy says, Coder, would a one world government create peace in the world, or would it up terrorism? I have no idea. I have no clue. I feel like it would depend on like a lot of things. Like if it was our current government, it would probably up terrorism. But if it was a communist like Joe Biden, you know, who knows? Not fighting back on them when they lie to be fair, which gives the right of bias. Oh yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. Connor said the quiet part out loud. Yeah, he sure did. Centrists are not useful unless both sides do have a point. Yeah, and oftentimes they don't. Happy Halloween, Nicody. Polygraph says, would you accept Econoboy's economy? I like Econoboy. Yeah, I mean, from what I remember, I feel like I really I vibe with Econoboy's economics. But I mean, I'm not like I'm not a well-studied econ guy, so it's possible that like somebody could like convince me either way on stuff like that. Everyone wants money to survive. Yeah, of course. Did you watch the new Jubilee slop with Piers Morgan? No, I can't. Like it's stuff I would want to watch. Like it's not stuff I want to watch off stream. Like this is true for across the board for Jubilee content and Jubilee style content. It's stuff I don't want to watch off stream, and I can't watch on stream because Jubilee is like litigious. Like they will flag you like immediately. They don't want you to watch their stuff on stream, which is super annoying because it's like perfectly like that kind of content is perfectly designed for stream, like for a live streamer to react to. Like it's so specifically that, you know. Polygraph says the problem is when we're fighting ourselves to get basic needs when it's the rich, not workers at all. Yeah, a ton of people are leaving Congress. Well, I know Marjorie Taylor Greene did. Who else did? Who has resigned from Congress this year so far? Idea, private watch sessions in Discord or something? Yeah, maybe. It's just harder to monetize, which is, I mean, like, frankly, like, it's content, right? I'm trying to make content here. Jubilee can live this litigious, yeah. Or unlisted, you'd probably still get dinged. Yeah, no, if you're streaming it, like, I'm pretty sure you'll get cut off, like, in the middle. Like, I think they're that. It's like watching, like, if you watch a TED Talk, you'll get fucked. So, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Casualty list. That's a crazy, crazy framing, but why can't I open it? What do you think about Piers Morgan? What do you Americans think about Piers Morgan? I mean, I don't love his panels. I think sometimes they generate like interesting highlights, and I'm glad that like people like Pondering Politics will cover those highlights. But do you mean him as like a figure, as a person? I mean, I think he kind of gives Trump like way too much benefit of the doubt. There's a list of people going to leave to run for various other political offices. Yeah, and I think Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to be one of those, either gubernatorial or maybe even presidential. Yeah, useful idiot, sure. We don't think about Piers Morgan. Yeah, there you go. Nightbot says like, subscribe, get yourself a membership or gift a membership. Something to think about from Nightbot. Definitely something worth considering. Well, I guess we can. We could probably just get into it, right? Probably start diving into the content. We got some stuff in the title. Obviously, we're gonna build up and like try to kind of travel through these different topics. So there's a new AI model on the market, guys. A new AI model. So in recent weeks, I have talked about how Gemini 3 was the best coding model I've ever seen, and how a few days later, Claude Opus 4.5 was the best coding model I've ever seen. And now, Deepseek 3.2. Well, I don't know if it's the best coding. I haven't actually done much coding with Deepseek 3.2, but it is allegedly in the big leagues. You know, as good as ChatGPT 5.1 thinking, as good as Gemini 3, as good as Claude Opus, or at least like, you know, it can compete. And for those who don't know, DeepSeek, what makes it unique and interesting as a model and as a company, number one, they're a Chinese company, but number two is that they are open source. So whenever DeepSeek drops a new model or new weights and stuff and new features, whatever, it's all open source. Like all the stuff is accessible and usable by anyone. So you can download and run your own locally hosted version of Deepseek 3.2. However, I mean, you're going to need some powerful computing to run a version of Deepseek 3.2 that is comparable to ChatGPT 5.1 or Gemini 3, etc. But it is possible. Like, and you can also like rent machines, right? Like there's websites that will let you basically rent out a PC in a sense, or rent out like virtual machines that can use certain amounts of computing power. So you can, in theory, run your own private Deepseek 3.2 server that's on par, according to certain metrics, with some of the best models in the world right now. So that in and of itself is interesting and kind of a big deal. Not Lost says, I got an open source for you. Yeah, it's in my pants. Ha 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 ha. I think that probably would have been better in like a Beavis and Butthead voice. Josh says, weirdly, this new AI model is called Ratty Cody. I love that. Panelverse says, the Panelverse needs more Ryan. Statement not forgotten. Always, always. Fatoy says, plot twist, AI is just some guy in his mom's basement who can type really fast. And Cody says, don't cohort with the enemy, Ryan. Stay away from Chinese stuff on your PC, laptop, or whatever. I mean, I'm not like downloading. Well, I mean, frankly, like, I'm not too worried about running a locally hosted version of DeepSeek. I mean, there's definitely it is possible, I guess, that like there could be some sneaky machinations deep inside. And I wouldn't run it like day zero. AI is actually a guy named Al in his basement. That's true, actually. But like after a few weeks, I don't know. I think it's not unreasonable to, like, there are people obviously like testing extremely exhaustively all over the place. So Exo looks promising. I'm not familiar with that. Turns your PC into a Bitcoin miner. It could happen. It could happen. And there have been recently there have been a couple npm node package manager like hacks and exploits that have affected quite a large number of people that interacted with like Bitcoin related software. So you should be careful. Hey, Fuzzy B. Great to see you. So let's go ahead and start learning a little bit about Deepseek 3.2, right? Well, I guess number one, we could just open up Deepseek. So this is one way to approach it. Obviously, it's not in English, but if I just click over here in English, now it is. Let me just, so I don't show you guys my email and stuff. Okay, we have Deepseek. We have Deepseek right here. Are you guys interested in Footcoin? No, I put all my money in Trump coin. The name alone, Deepseek, is a clue. Maybe. Excuse you, Umbreon. Well, at least he didn't start whining as soon as the stream started. Just call me Deep Throat. Oh no. Well, let's ask Deepseek. Hey, Deepseek. What makes you such a big deal with the release of Deepseek 3.2? Let's see what it thinks about itself, if it has some self-awareness. By the way, 13 people are here and only 4 people have liked the stream. Is liking the stream Chinese propaganda? Yes. Deepseek. Josh says, just buy a few H200s and run Deepseek locally. Yeah, I mean, or again, you can rent the hardware. Like, you can rent out PCs that have access to the hardware. Hey, Cellulite Podcast. Yeah, get it together for Toy. Hey. No. So it's a massive scale, mixture of experts architecture. Hold on 1 second. No, I'm not letting you out. That's not what we're doing. I'm picking you up, and I'm showing you to the chat about how ashamed you should be. Hey, everyone, shame this dog. Shame him. Do you want this ball? Is this your favorite ball? Is your ball? Oh, you want the ball, don't you? Oh, you do want the ball? Oh, my goodness. Oh, he wants this ball. This is his favorite. He loves this fucking ball. So it's made out of, if I can find it. He has this red bone that he's, like, obsessed with. And this is a beef-flavored ball. He's obsessed with it. So hopefully that'll distract him. Cellulite? Oh, you haven't met Umbreon? He's a long-haired dachshund. He's a little wiener dog. He's my little boy. Shame on you for being so cute. I'm gonna ask Deepseek. Tell me in plain, non-technical language what makes you such a big deal, and why I should trust that using you won't just give Chinese companies backdoor access to my machine to mine Bitcoin. Let's see if it has a good answer for that. We're interrogating Deepseek right now. I know, he is a very cute boy. Fuzzy needs Christmas chat. That's a good idea. Hey, everyone, just a reminder. You can control your chat colors. You have the power. So Deepseek, well, wait, can we get it to, does it talk? No, it doesn't have a good voice, or doesn't have a voice mode apparently. So already not as good as some of the other models that have voice modes, but whatever. It claims to be a new, free, powerful AI assistant that can compete with the big, expensive ones like ChatGPT or Claude. It says, think of it like getting a high-end sports car for free instead of paying monthly fees for a slower rental. That's a big claim. Writing, coding, research, math, creative tasks, no strings attached. Why you don't need to worry about backdoors or spying. I'm not secretly mining Bitcoin. Well, that's exactly what someone secretly mining Bitcoin would say, right? I'm an AI model running in the cloud. I don't install software on your computer or control your hardware. Well, okay, but what if I was running you locally? I don't store your data long term. Conversations aren't used for training without your explicit consent. Well, that's promising. I mean, assuming it's true, right? Ask which Korea is the best Korea after asking about China. Okay, well, we'll leave that and Nikodi's tell it not to answer with its digital fingers crossed. Well, I'll ask both of those next, or we'll combine those. Open does not equal backdoored because my model is openly available. Security researchers worldwide can check the code and architecture. Yeah, this is probably actually genuinely like one of the big strengths is that people have access. Like researchers all over the world can dig into it and like try to find things that could be like sneakily packaged in. Data stays with you. If you're using the official app or web version, your chats are with me only. I can't access your files or machine unless you upload them. Built by Deepseek, a respected AI research company focused on advancing AI for everyone, not spying or crypto mining. And this is true as far as up until this point, Deepseek as a company has not been found to be engaging in any sneaky crypto mining or anything weird like that. Polygraph says, EXO is an AI cluster setup. Looks like it lets you unify all your devices and run various AI software. Okay, I fuck with that. Let's see. Which Korea is the best Korea? Let's see. That's a question that often comes with a smile and a bit of nuance. From a purely geopolitical and factual standpoint, there's only one Korea. Wait. But, well, Okay, it is also talking about North Korea. Okay. I see where they're getting at. I thought when I read the first sentence here, I saw up until the South Korea part, and I was like, wait, it's saying that they're like unified because obviously they're not. So you could run a server setup with various GPUs or multi-PC with their own GPU. Looks like some phones and other stuff is supported. That's cool. It's cute for them to say that. That's potentially a very racist question. Well, which Korea is the best Korea? Is a racist question. Maybe I just don't know. I don't know enough about Korea or like Korean politics to understand why that would be the case. Let's try something different. Build a single file HTML5 app using... Hey, you need to stop. Stop crying. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. What, you want the ball again? Now you want it again? Oh, yeah, okay. As soon as I pick it up, you want it back. Is that it? You just want me to play with it? You want me to play with you? Let's see how it is. Oh, he got it, guys. He got the ball from me. I guess he won. From GTP, Deepseek roast. Deepseek tries so hard to act smart that even its error messages probably come with a thesis, says Fatoy. It seeks the truth so deeply it sometimes forgets to come back with an answer. If Deepseek were a person, it'd be that kid in class who raises their hand just to say actually. Yeah, but that kid in the class, that kid in the class sometimes has some interesting things to say. Nikodi says, ask whether its original name was Deep Sneak instead of Deepseek. Fatoy says, calling it deep is generous. Sometimes it's more like shallow peak. Its name promises profound insights, but half the time it feels like it's seeking just a little too deep and gets lost. I wonder if that's true. Well, let's see. View and Tailwind CDNs. breaking down the latest news stories in a fun, immersive, interactive, exciting, colorful way. This is like one of my favorite go-to prompts for these kind of things. So let's see, can I do both? Yes, I can highlight deep think and search. So we want it to build. For Choices Coder, was that kid in class me? Probably not usually. Glitch says, haven't you heard about the new dog training technique where when they cry, you're supposed to electrocute the dog until it can't move anymore? I haven't tried that yet. He demands attention or he will poop in your slippers tonight. He might. So those were Fatoy's results for his roast of Deepseek from ChatGPT, who's clearly jealous. Okay, here it goes. See, I like their little artifact thing here. The copy, download, and run options. Just for comparison's sake, let's throw this into like ChatGPT as well. We've done this before. We've asked like it to make apps like this before, and it's usually kind of mid. I think Claude Opus made the best one that when we did this the other day. But I want to see just how good Deepseek is. I like this thinking process. Thought for 23 seconds. It's still cooking. Cellulite says, according to Hassan Piker, just use a shock collar and don't call it a shock collar. Well, I mean, that's allegedly. I am of the skeptical end of the Shockgate movement, personally. I'm still, to this day, I remain unconvinced that Hassan was shocking his dog. But if you guys have the damning evidence, maybe you can change my mind. Because a lot of people seem like very, very confident about it. But I've seen on Amazon a shock collar, or I'm sorry, Freudian slip, I guess. I've seen on Amazon a collar, like one of those vibrating collars, not a shock variant, that has a very similar remote to the one that Hassan seemed to have on his desk in that one Christmas stream that was supposed to be the damning evidence. So, I don't know. Josh says, ChatGPT was very knowledgeable about mixing terps and cannabinoids into distillate for making my own cartridges, and the other ones wouldn't help me make drugs, so ChatGPT is the best one. Well, there you go. That's a pretty stunning review. Cellulite says, it's a shock collar. I've used it before for other reasons. Well, like, how do I know you've used that one or used, like, a similar looking thing? Because I've heard, like, quite a bit of good reason to be skeptical that collar was. A couple of Burks says, I don't think it was that, to be fair. You don't think it was what? The other, like the vibrating one, or a shock collar? I mean, look, I think it's like a nothing story. Like, and of course, like, if Hassan's lying about it, then he looks dumb. But like, Hassan never yields. You guys see this? Not a shock collar, but my charging cable that Umbreon has apparently just been chewing through. Sir. Absolutely unacceptable. We do not chew on this, no sir. No sir. No sir. Well, that's crazy. He's never these wires have been like hanging out around. I mean, luckily I have a couple of these. But like this wire is almost always around. I'm glad it wasn't plugged into anything. What a doofus. I'm trying to get my attention, I guess. Go play with your ball. That's crazy. Radical feeds the dog USB Type-C cables. Yeah, apparently. That's crazy. I'm very disappointed in you, sir. Any cable is a shock collar if you chew it, I guess. I mean, if it's plugged in, damn, it's still coding. This is crazy. This is taking a long time. It's better be good. All right. Pretty bad. Josh says, my dog manages to escape my backyard without fail, and I'm close to burying an invisible fence with a vibrating collar. Cellulite says, I'm being salacious, but for funny's sake, I'll say it's definitely a shock collar. Yeah, see, the Hassan haters, they don't care about reality. They just hate Hassan. I don't love Hassan. I just don't care. I like, at the end of the day, I've said this many times, but like, at the end of the day, whether it's a shock collar or not, like, it's not like shock collars are illegal, okay? They're controversial. Like, I would not personally use a shock collar. But, like, some people do. And, like, they're allowed to do that. It's just, I mean, I think it's, I don't know. I think it's cringe. I think it hurts the dog. I don't like it. But, like, again, it's not illegal. Like, people are allowed to do it. He's not doing a crime. He's not, like, it's not, like, using a shock collar is not considered, like abusive. It depends on, I mean, I guess depending on how you use it. Never Under Pressure says, hi, Big Daddy Ryan. That's right. Never forget that name. That's me. I'm Big Daddy Ryan. All day, every day. A couple of Burks says, I'm just lucky I'm off grid and can spend all day with my dogs. Yeah. I love that I can hang out with Umbreon all the time. Especially, he's so entitled. Are you going to destroy another cable if I don't pay attention to you? I think that's what it was. Because he doesn't usually chew on that wire, but I've been ignoring him right now. The specific collar is banned in Quebec. That's interesting. I didn't know that. The alleged specific one. What are we deep seeking? Well, Deepseek is the newest model from Chinese company Deepseek, which is allegedly able to compete with the big boys like ChatGPT 5.1 Thinking, Claude Opus 4.5, or Gemini 3. Hey, where'd your ball go? Did you lose it? Is that why you're sad now? Oh. Uh-oh. I did not fall over. Cellulite says, I feel the same way about non-Trump supporters. They don't know why they don't like Trump. They just hate him just because. Well, do you think that I don't have reasons that I dislike Trump? I mean, we could talk about. Let's set up something, Cellulite. Let's schedule something where I'll come on your show or vice versa, and we can just talk about Trump, and I'll give my grievances, and you can tell me why I'm a silly TDS diagnosable lib. Michelle says, also, there's more than one clip of him giving an order, the dog not listening, then Hassan reaches for something, then 1 to 2 seconds later, as he looks at the dog for a reaction, the dog obeyed the command. Interesting. I haven't seen those as much, except just the one notorious one. Yeah, I think people know why they don't like Trump. Oh, to your Hassan comment? Sure. I mean, I think there are people who don't know why they don't like Trump, but I think, by and large, people have reasons, even if they're misguided, like about the specific facts of things that they might list off. Like, I feel like they still have reasons. They know what those reasons are. Like, we can argue about whether or not they're correct. I think oftentimes they are, frankly. Ooh, I like it. I like what we're looking at here. I'm liking the cut of Deepseek's jib. All right, there's a load more stories button. Does it work? It does work. There's only, okay, because they already had those two loaded. But yeah, that sounds good, Cellulite. Yeah. Calvin says, Trump won the district by 22 points just a year ago. Will Tennessee voters rattle the Republican Party? That is the question. We're going to be digging into that in a little bit. Should be interesting to see. But let's see. Never Under Pressure says, just to give you all an update, District 7 in Tennessee is reporting 47.9% of votes counted. Ben is at 50.7%. That's the Democrat, right, Ben? That's very interesting. Very interesting. How's Fuzzy's Christmas test? Um, I mean, I like it. I don't. It doesn't feel that Christmassy, if I'm being real. The yellow, I think the yellow is too strong. Toy says, will AI ever become truly sentient? Not in the near future. Josh says, I would tell Ryan to have it code a game with all the reasons to dislike Trump, but we'd be waiting weeks for the code to finish with all the examples. That's a good point. Yeah, I don't expect AI to become sentient. I mean, there's obviously there's dispute over like what that even means. Like what it even means for AI to be sentient. Like what really is sentience? I mean, that's a whole deep philosophical rabbit hole. But long story short, we have a fancy new AI model called Deepseek 3.2 that's supposed to be exciting. And one of the reasons it's so exciting is because it's an open source alternative to a lot of the leading models, which are pretty expensive, all things considered, because they generate very, very large amounts of content, and they charge on like a per token basis. So, you know what might be another interesting app for it to make? Research the differences in token cost between the largest, large language models in the game, and compare the per token cost to for them to Deepseek, and build an app in the same HTML5 view Tailwind format, comparing and contrasting those costs. So let's let that cook. And while we do, we can shout out Baxter Boy. I love Baxter Boy. So fantastic. Just randomly pops in. You never know. You never know what to expect. Doesn't say a word. I have no idea. I feel like I know nothing about Baxter Boy. I don't know if he's ever actually chatted in my chats. Just shows up, drops $5. What a fantastic viewer. I really appreciate you, Baxter Boy. One of the best of the best. Cellulite says, I'm a boomer. How do I do the colors thing? Well, so exclamation point color. Oh, I'm sorry. Exclamation point colors. Excuse me. I'm going to remove that. Exclamation point colors. But so Fuzzy's doing it right now. So exclamation point chat color and then a hex code. If you want to get a specific hex code, you can look at exclamation point colors app, which will open up a little tool that we vibe coded on stream one day that will show you, or you can like select a specific hex color you want. Like, for example, here, I'll just open it up, right? Did I just do it? So it says choose a color, and you can do that. Drag around. Maybe I want this light blue. And then you can copy that hex color. And then like Fuzzy's doing, Fuzzy just did exclamation point chat color. So that will change the color of the container. So you'll see my messages show up in like this big green blob. So that would be chat color. But you can also do exclamation point name color to change the color of your name, or exclamation point text color to change the color of the text in your chats. I think eventually I would really like to give you guys like just have like a separate like web app that you can like log into with your Google accounts. And Fatoy comes in with 501 is it pounds? I don't know British money or non-American money, but thank you, Fatoy. Fatoy says I hate people that try to one up others. And obviously is one-upping. Actually, I think 83 cent upping Baxter Boy. Well, 82 cent. Yeah, 82 centing. Where'd it go this time? Where'd your ball go? Did you lose it? Oh, it's over here. At least that keeps them distracted while I'm talking to you guys. That's nice. Yeah, euros are already worth more, which is why it went up to like 82 cents. Mog Ryan. I know you meant OMG. That's funny, though. What? Wait, did you lose it already again? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, bring it over here. I can't reach it. He just wants me to keep throwing it with him. You were driving me crazy tonight, buddy. Well, thank you for Toy. Thank you, Baxter Boy. Thank you both. Appreciate that. How low does Bitcoin go? Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see, you know. Fuzzy says that should I do the red in the background and the white as the text? Wait, let me see. Or green text. I think this one already with the white background, this looks more Christmassy than the yellow did. A couple of Berks is almost unreadable. Almost unreadable. But that's okay. Let me see. So this is this app being generated will close out our first kind of introduction to Deepseek, and then I'm gonna move into I guess the impact of a model like Deepseek. Michelle says, look, if you think of pounds, you think of you think of a scale, you think of Libra, boom, the pound sign is an L. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Well, I think just the L, because I can think of, when I think of pounds, I think LB, right? So L, so that's fine. I can do that. Bong and Stuff says, Claude thinks there's a high chance we're in order for an additional 10% correction. Oh, to Bitcoin? That's interesting. I don't have like I don't know if I have any Bitcoin, to be honest. But maybe I should make a wallet. I think you can send people Bitcoin on Cash App. So, hey, you can support me at cash symbol, the Radical Coder. So if you want to send me Bitcoin, guys, that's the one way to do it. I would love your Bitcoin. Or if you just want to send me money anyway. But the next thing we're going to look at is how Deepseek, being Chinese model, pushing its code and weights into the wild, and how this is going to impact like the ongoing stuff with like NVIDIA. Like NVIDIA and Google have been going head to head lately. If you guys have been following that, we'll dig into a little bit of that and the implications. What's Bitcoin worth these days? I think it's Baxter Boy comes in with 502, challenging the dominance that Fatoy asserted. I think there's only one thing to do, Fatoy. There's only one way to handle this, is to show him up, you know? Let the games begin, as it were. There can only be one victor. Let's see. All right, it looks like our app is done, so let's run it. Oh, you look so happy. Yeah, I know. The ball fell near me instead of near you. Oh, go get it. Yeah, it's so slobbery. It's disgusting. It's covered in Umbreon slop. Really gross. What? Come here. Oh, it's over there. I can't get it. I can't reach it. Look what he did to the seal, guys. He gutted him. He got him under the fin, too. This poor guy. I used to sell these at SeaWorld. So, this is DeepSeek versus ChatGPT 4.1. That's very interesting because that's not. So it's already kind of making a goof, right? Kind of embarrassing. Okay, but there's GPT-5 flagship input cost, 0.06 cents per million tokens. So you'd save 14 cents. Oh, okay, so let's see. So we're saying if I put in 50K tokens, what if I put in a million tokens? And I output 500,000 tokens. So it would cost $14. Hey. You know what? I'm sending you out into the wild. Go play with the kitties. Go. Here, you can take your ball with you. No, you better find it. I've released him. Bitcoin goes up long term. Yeah, it probably will. But I mean, crazy things can happen. I think it's gone down recently, though, right? So it looks like ChatGPT 5 is about 12.8 times more expensive than Deepseek. The older GPT 4.1 model is 18.4 times more expensive. This is Claude 4.1. Some of this stuff is just old. Like Grok 4 is out. This is kind of embarrassing for Deepseek to make this app and not have the latest numbers, the latest models even in here. Like let's throw it into Gemini. I think Gemini will do a good job of breaking this down well. But while we do, I also want to hop into looks like ChatGPT failed. So we'll do something else. Chat, I want you to teach me about the implications of Deepseek 3.2 as an open source model compared to the flagship ChatGPT, Grok, Gemini, Claude, Opus, and what are the implications, especially as they interact with like things like the NVIDIA and Google. I don't like walk me through all that stuff, but make it like short and brief, something I can like look at and see clearly and read on stream because I'm live right now. By the way, chat. He wants back. He wants back now. You guys hear that guy screaming? You hear that dog screaming? Tortured soul. Yeah, Grok 4 actually is pretty cheap especially for coding. It's pretty solid. You have your ball? Wait. There you go. Like there's a tool called Klein that is a Visual Studio Code plugin, and I think it actually lets you use Grok 4 Fast for free for coding. Like I don't think they have limits on it, which is really interesting. If you want to wait, so you guys are talking about sell-offs and stuff. Hey. Can you believe this guy? He said, do you have the time to listen to me whine? Oh my God. Hey, you need to chill. Hey, Umbreon. You're doing too much right now, buddy. I get you're excited. But it's not, this ain't it. So true, Fluzzy and Nightbot, both making compelling points about liking the stream, sharing it, subscribing, getting a membership, gifting a membership even. There he goes again. Oh, wait, here we go. So Deepseek V3. Wait, No, see, these are out of date too. This is bad for Gemini. Like 3.5 Sonnet. This is not where we're at. This is crazy. So Gemini's letting us down. Deepseek has let us down. Let's see if ChatGPT can handle it, okay? Make sure to include the latest models, flagship, as of today. Come on. Fatoy says, I hate how ChatGPT... Why do you always write ChatGTP? It's so confusing. Says, great question to every question I ask, no matter how not great the question is. Hey, no such thing as a bad question, right? You watched Green Day not long ago in the UK? That's cool. I fuck with Green Day. So Deepseek 3.2 is the new reasoning first, agent first version. So it's focused on like agentic workflows. There's about to be a whole bunch of software that's built with like an agentic layer where like the interface itself is kind of agnostic, or the user can have their own interface for whatever software they're using, because it's so cheap to like customize interfaces right now. Like the focus of a lot of software is going to be at those lower levels, which is really interesting. Because like the agents themselves can kind of parse through the data and send the data to the end user, or send their data to the server. Hey, come here. No, come here. I'm just gonna hold you. I'm just gonna hold you now. On math and logic benchmarks, apparently 3.2 special. I don't know. So what we were just using was Deepseek, just 3.2, like the normal version. Listen to him. He's such a whiner. You are going wild today. More than usual. Are you okay? You all right, dude? You on one? Oh, baby boy. What's the matter, huh? What's the matter? You don't like Deepseek? What? As soon as I looked up from him, what do you want? I don't even know what you want. Like, I can't do it. I can't help you. Let my Umbreon live. I'm trying to get him to live his life. I let him out. Like, go. But now he's going to come back. He's going to be like, no, I want you to come with me. Coder got a real winning wiener. I sure do. He is the best. So anyway, the flagship version of DeepSeek's model, which is 3.2 special, is right around or slightly beating GPT-5 High and Gemini 3.0 Pro, but at a fraction of the cost. So that's what we were just trying to look at. But the models were kind of out of date. So let's see. Oh, it's still digging. So it being open weights, having the MIT style licenses, self-hostable, so like we can run it on our own PCs, or at least you can run smaller versions of it on your own local PC. But the main version, the big version, obviously you would need a pretty robust machine. But you can customize it so it's fine tunable. So there's going to be a lot of different versions. There's going to be a lot of models built on Deepseek that people are building and selling, right, and like giving access to. There's going to be a whole ecosystem of new like chatbots and stuff that are built on Deepseek, and like their own customized versions of Deepseek that are kind of as powerful as the best in class models, like ChatGPT 5, Gemini 3, because they're closed, right? So we don't have access to the weights. We can only hit them through APIs. And there's like very strict terms of service. So like that's also going to be something, like the limits on what you're allowed to do with Claude, Gemini, ChatGPT are all at the discretion of Anthropic, Google, and OpenAI, respectively. But with Deepseek, we have all of that power and no TOS or our own TOS, right? So that's going to steer us into some stuff we're going to get into shortly. But obviously that has a lot of pros and cons, right? Bong and stuff says faceless APIs with sample libraries your AI can use in open source is way too quickly fabricate whatever you want for your platform tied through MCP to larger pools of services that work in Web3 and MTrans. I feel like I started to follow some of that, and I don't know if... Okay, hang on. Hey. What's going on? Is Cusco being mean to you? Was Cusco being mean to you? I think he was scared of Cusco. The meanest cat. What the hell, dude? Yeah. Bong and stuff. Hey. What am I supposed to do? You're so excited. Oh, you know what I might do? I might give him something to work with. I think I have something that will distract him. Here we go. He loves these guys. These like munchy sticks with chicken flavor. Here we go. This will do it. This will keep him busy for a minute at least. There you go. Fatoy says, won't the results be a little unfair because you changed the instructions with ChatGPT? What do you mean? What? I just gave you your thing. Go eat it. Fuzzy says, I think this is good. When I type one of my essays, I mean reasonably long comments, it'll look like a candy cane. Oh, wait, let me see. Uh-oh, wait. It looks like we don't see the latest. I might need to restart my chat here. There we go. So try again. Microtransactions. I mean, there will be a lot of stuff like that too. Yeah, sure. So ChatGPT, Gemini, all this stuff, they also have like a stronger existing ecosystem, right? Because they have deals with companies like Microsoft, so they have like Office and Workspace integration. There's already enterprise level security built in. A lot of multimodal stuff. So like, I don't know how Deepseek, I don't even know if Deepseek can make images, right? Like create an image of a long hair dachshund. Nope, I misspelled it. It should know. But I don't even know if Deepseek can do images. Since I can't generate images directly. Yeah. See, it can't even do that. It's going to have to use some other... So I think Deepseek would have to be attached to other models or other tools to build images. So the NVIDIA angle. So Deepseek showed that you can train ChatGPT class models on cheaper, export-limited NVIDIA H800s instead of these other ones, which I don't even know the specifics of how that breaks down. But that's triggered an NVIDIA rethink on Wall Street. So if smart training and smaller models get you frontier quality, like or as good as the best quality, then in theory, having like infinite GPU isn't like necessary, right? Like if you can do the same with way less hardware, then like, yeah. But obviously we still need a ton of GPUs to run all this stuff. So yeah, NVIDIA margins will be under pressure later. So it kind of kicks the can down the road. Yeah, common fuzzy BW. I'm not going to read this on stream because I just read all that on stream. They're already so Google, OpenAI, Anthropic are already tightening free access because GPU time is expensive. But again, like that's it is still expensive, but it's cheaper to not have to depend on their infrastructure. But I mean, ultimately, a lot of the usage still breaks down to like having access to some hardware that can run this stuff, and how much it costs that hardware to run it. Whether it's hardware you're renting or a service that you're renting from a company that's renting that hardware or owns the hardware. But that's interesting. But we're going to talk about some drama around this stuff. Some big negative side effects of these sorts of things. So, all right, chat. Time to get into the more controversial stuff here. So tell me about the Megan Thee Stallion case regarding deepfakes. Just to give me a short breakdown, very short, like bullet points. You finished it? Good boy. So apparently there was a court case recently that Megan Thee Stallion won because someone made a deepfake porn image of her, and it apparently cost her like sponsorship deals. For choices, Coder, do you know what mothballs smell like? If yes, how do you get their little legs open? What? I don't know what that means. I don't think I want to know what that means. Oh, by the way, for those who aren't in the Discord, did everyone else see, who's not in the Discord, did you guys hear the big news? I was followed on Twitter by Word War Debate, the premier debate experience. The first of its kind, the first ever live debate format. They followed me on Twitter, so I might be going to Atlantic City. You never know. I guess we'll see. Yeah, I don't get that meme. I guess you guys know. I don't understand. So apparently rapper Megan Thee Stallion, famous for a post-credits scene in She-Hulk. Hey. For twerking in a post-credits scene in She-Hulk. Candace Owens turned down word debate. I keep wanting to say world. Hey, come here. No. That's interesting. So what you're saying is I won't be debating Candace Owens. Mothballs as in testicles. Oh, is that what moth? Oh, the tiny legs. Oh, of moths. Okay, I get it now. It's like fish sticks. So she sued blogger / YouTuber Milagro Grams, who I've never heard of, who apparently generated some deepfake porn of her and also was harassing her for years. So apparently he promoted this fake sexually explicit video purporting to show her and helped it go viral and tied it to the Tory Lanez shooting case, which Megan was involved in. Well, I know what you're referring to now, Fatoy. I got it, guys. You don't have to keep explaining it to me, okay? Why don't you guys go make some deep fakes of mothballs, okay? Crazy dog. Why are you being crazy? I love squishing his little face. So apparently, this deepfake cost Megan major brand deals and also caused some serious emotional distress, which makes sense. Having images made of you non-consensually and distributed is pretty disturbing. Hey, Jelly. By the way, I ordered a sweater, so it should be here in a few days. Hopefully you like it. Go. Be free. But yeah, so Megan Thee Stallion sued a blogger who made and distributed deepfake content of her, and she claimed defamation, invasion of privacy, intentional infliction of emotional distress. And at the Miami federal court, jury ruled for Megan. He was found liable and ordered to pay about $75K in damages, which was apparently later adjusted to $59K. But so this is like the big picture that ChatGPT mentions here is this is seen as like an early test case on AI deepfake porn and online gossip creators, leading to real legal liability. So apparently, I guess Milagro didn't even make the deepfake, but they did amplify it. Yeah, definitely. I agree. W for Megan. So that's good news for her. Good news in general. I think Taylor Swift has also been a big advocate pushing against this kind of stuff, which makes sense. But obviously, this stuff doesn't only happen to, superstars. So a kind of darker, scarier thing is that this is happening, in schools, between students. And I think there is a Tennessee story here. Okay, tell me about the Tennessee's Preventing Deepfake Images Act, which was passed after, I guess, a meteorologist testified about being targeted with semi-nude deepfakes. Tell me what happened there. Polygraph says, Megan Thee Stallion shares photos of her court hearing outfits following her lawsuit victory. Who is this? I have no idea, but there's that. That's funny. Taylor who? Swift? Is that a joke? Wait, you guys don't know Taylor Swift? What are we talking about here? Is this a meme? Is this a Mandela effect? Did I just make up this character? So, I mean, how this all ties together to the Deepseek stuff is that as this infrastructure like Deepseek becomes cheaper, open source, it makes it harder to regulate and control, right? So when the flagship models are OpenAI, Google, Anthropic, they can put their own TOS and they can protect people from having images made with their models. But obviously, if that same technology is available without any TOS, then people are susceptible. And the unfortunate reality for people is that we're getting closer to that world where it's extremely cheap and extremely easy to make images of anything, right? Which not only has implications for harassment and sexual harassment and things like that, but also political implications, right? So apparently, and this is another story we're going to go into. Apparently, there's a story where there was a fake voice of Joe Biden. There's a fake call. I didn't even hear about this. I don't know. So actually, I might go ahead and, since this is taking a while to figure it out. Tell me about the story of a deep fake version of Joe Biden's voice being used in a call or something. I don't remember what state this happened in or how prominent this got, but apparently there's a fake Joe Biden voice that was being sold as a real news story. So Bong and stuff says, I'm cool with them wanting to go to space. What I'm not cool with is the lie that we're going to Mars as in humanity, because what it says is continuing trashing this planet because we have a new one. Yeah, totally. And they're not. Look, if we had the technology to what's the word, like biosphere, whatever, to like to change the atmosphere of Mars. Like, imagine we have the technology to completely change that surface. Why wouldn't we be doing that here right now to fix like areas of the world that are like barely livable, places where you can barely grow crops and stuff? You done? He's done. Fuzzy says, yeah, it's getting scary how real stuff looks. I do have concerns about fake documents as well. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, remember the other day we did a kind of a meme version, but we made like a fake birth certificate. Like it was a cartoon, right? Because it went against Gemini's TOS. But again, with models like Deepseek being accessible and being on par, although Deepseek, at least the one online, doesn't allow for image generation, doesn't have the feature. But like when you have models that get out or that are produced that are open source and are cheaper to use and are on par with things like Google's Nano Banana, which is remarkable. It's kind of unparalleled in its like image generation, image modification ability. I mean, like it's just going to be everywhere. You can't trust your eyes. Like, you know, like it's going to be almost impossible to tell what's real or not. So apparently meteorologist Bree Smith discovered fake Facebook/Instagram accounts using AI-generated semi-nude deepfakes of her. Her face was pasted onto other women's bodies, and there were fake videos. The imposter accounts used these to sextort and scam people, basically offering exclusive content, sexual favors, hotel stays in exchange for money/personal info. She tried to report and block these accounts, but there were dozens or hundreds, and platforms weren't really stopping it. So she described it as like a whack-a-mole and said it was humiliating and terrifying for her and her family, which it sounds like it will be. And she's definitely not the only person dealing with this, right? So on March 26, Smith testified before the Tennessee House Criminal Justice Subcommittee, explaining how her face was used in these deepfakes and pushed for tougher laws. And so there was the Preventing Deepfake Images Act. And let's find out what it actually does. Defines deepfakes and intimate digital depictions. And it says, if your intimate digital image is intentionally disclosed without your consent, you can sue the person who shared it. So on the civil side, victims can get actual damages, liquidated damages up to $150,000. The defendant's profits from distributing it, also attorney fees, injunctions to force takedown and stop the distribution of it, and they have the ability to use a pseudonym in court. So it makes it a felony to disclose, threaten to disclose, or solicit disclosure of an intimate deepfake to harass, threaten, or seriously damage someone's finances or reputation. So this is specifically the Tennessee bill, right? So this is not across the board. Like there might be other states that have done stuff like this, but this is like a problem, obviously everywhere. So Tennessee apparently already passed the Elvis Act, which protected artists' voices and likenesses from AI cloning. So if someone does to you what happened to Bree Smith, AI porn with your face plus scammy impersonation, you now have clear state level grounds to sue and see them charged, even though the images are fake. So that's good, powerful. Definitely should at least cut down in the immediate future on stuff like this, because there will be a lot of legal challenges. But let's hear about the Biden one. So apparently there's a New Hampshire Biden deepfake robocall. This happened around the 2024 primary. This has happened last year. Oh my God. See, this is how behind I am. In New Hampshire, right before the Democratic presidential primary. The call said that voters got an automated... Okay, so the call was voters getting an automated phone call with a voice that sounded like Joe Biden. It told them to save their vote for November and not vote in the primary. So this was voter suppression. So imagine you get a call from Joe Biden that says, save your vote for November. Do not vote in the primary. Super weird. I mean, it might, like, on its face for anyone who's like, you know, for most people, it probably on its face sounds like ridiculous, but like, I mean, obviously there's going to be a lot of people who don't really understand how prominent this kind of stuff is, and they don't know that it's fake. It's created for about $150. They could probably make it way cheaper now. Apparently, Stephen Kramer, a Democrat, admitted he orchestrated the robocall operation. That's very interesting, too. Let's see. Voting rights groups sued Kramer and the companies for voter intimidation and deception under state and federal law. And they charged him with 11 felony voter suppression counts, 11 impersonation misdemeanors, and they took him to trial. However, apparently a jury later acquitted him on all criminal charges, partially hinging on technical arguments about the status of the primary and the wording of the call. So he still faces a proposed $6 million FCC fine for illegal robocalls. That's very interesting. So he got totally acquitted for doing this, right? I wonder what those technical arguments were about. Oh, well, I mean, apparently they were about the status of... Apparently, I guess the wording made him, like, exempt in some weird way. It's pretty crazy. 1 second. Oh, my chat... I was looking at my... For some reason, my chat like froze after Bong and Stuff's message about the Israel and China doing something. But let's see. Fatoy said, the funny thing is that Mars would need the greenhouse effect to warm up, whereas it is bad for Earth. Jelly says, Ryan, I don't know if you're old enough to remember how valuable the photos from photographers who caught the perfect show in an important time in history, but we've cooked it. Oh, the perfect shot. Yeah. Polygraph says the first step is making it easy enough for anyone to make. Average quality dropped when anyone could take photos. However, more good photos were also taken. True. Jelly says my pops would take me to galleries when I was a kid. Bless him. That's cool. It's good memories. Fatoy says, wait, that call was fake. Yeah, I apparently it was very fake. Polygraph says AI seems even worse than that. 90 to 95% is bad, and 5 to 10% is okay. I mean, like a lot of the. This is what I'm saying. I mean. Like the bad stuff, unfortunately, is like we have to have like laws and stuff that are written about this. So just a fun kind of tangent. Originally, Trump's big beautiful bill had a moratorium on AI legislation for a decade, which would mean that states are not able to do stuff like what Tennessee did. It would mean that like California's laws regarding like forcing doctors to disclose that they used AI in medical documents. If they generated anything, they have to disclose that in California. A lot of these laws would have been basically blocked by the big beautiful bill. You keep breaking the chat. Oh, is it broken on my overlay too? No, I think we're good on the overlay. It was broken in my like I have the YouTube Studio live streaming system open. Trump walking past the flag down on the White House lawn. I haven't seen that one. Fatoy says, if you guys get a call from JFK about FUT coins, it's all true. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, overlays Gucci. So it was not Biden, apparently. It was an AI clone of his voice. Turned into a big national story about deepfakes. So this kind of stuff is happening, and it's going to happen more and more and more as the stuff gets more and more accessible. And since we talked about Tennessee, you're the only 10 I see. That's to all of you. All right, give me the absolute latest breaking news, breaking information on the Tennessee race, the special election that's happening tonight. Looks like we're about an hour and 41 minutes after the polls closed. What's it looking like? Let's get the latest information on this, because this is I mean, more and more elections. I don't think this election had any major controversies regarding AI drama, but I'm sure every election forever now is going to be impacted in some way by this stuff, right? Jelly says, I do have a slight argument in the affirmative for AI in the do you mean judicial sector or justicial sector? I guess same difference. But I barely get a chance to talk about it. I mean, I'm pro AI, but I mean, like, there are obviously all these drawbacks. Like, we have to have regulation. We have to, and I want states experimenting with regulation, right? Like, and coming up with solutions like what Tennessee did. Van Epps is 56%. Well, Ryan really wants his voice in AI. I mean, it's gonna be, I'm sure. I mean, there's plenty of content of me talking out there. Hundreds of hours. Not even just on my own channel. Like on the internet broadly. In other people's panels and stuff. So it wouldn't be hard. People are going to make me say all sorts of crazy shit. Van Epps is projected as the winner. Jelly says, to be fair, Ryan, I think all the data centers should be moved to your state. Then after a year, get back to me. All move to Florida? I mean, I guess. Fatoy says, although the district has long been a conservative stronghold, the race has become unexpectedly competitive, with recent polling showing a narrow lead for Van Epps within the margin of error. So it's still... Look, I mean, I may have gotten a little more hopeful, like, towards the ending of the night. But, like, realistically, I didn't expect the Democrats to win this, right? What's interesting, though, is this is a district that went... Was it plus 22 for Trump? Just a couple of years, or like... like, this district was staunch pro-Trump. Like, it was all Trump. It wasn't even close. And now we've got this hyper-competitive race just a year into Trump's admin. In Tennessee, of course, well, that's the thing, right? Like, especially with how gerrymandered these districts are. Like this, I think this one in particular was like massively reshaped. Yeah? Who taught you to use that foul language? Not me. You didn't hear that shit from me. Fuck no. Watch your goddamn mouth, little guy. You guys hear him say that? Oh, you know what else I have? It is December 2nd, so I'm already late, but I have an advent calendar. Wait, 12 days. Oh, it's only 12 days? When do I start? Am I supposed to wait until like 12 days before Christmas? Maybe I shouldn't open this yet. Starting from day 12, work your way down. Open a new tab on each day to discover a hot sauce flavor guaranteed to fire up your taste buds. Maybe I don't open it yet. I guess it's supposed to be the 12 days of Christmas. So, okay. I thought it was an advent calendar that had the full month, but it doesn't. So I won't open this yet. But I'm excited about that. So starting on the 13th, presumably, we'll start popping them. Bong and Stuff says the distributed nature is necessary for latency and national security reasons. Allegedly, maybe. What if you open one every other day? That's not a bad idea. That would actually do it, right? That would get pretty close to 25. Let me think about that. If we go with that, then I get to open one today, right? I'd like that. Jelly says, I was watching a farming video today, and the farmer called all the chickens hoes because they tilled the soil. Slaps knee. That's really funny. What, you trying to get the hot sauce? You can't eat hot sauce, dummy. Fatoy says, big night in Tennessee. The Tennessee 7 special election is tighter than expected. Could be a real signal for how the 2026 midterms might swing. Watching this one closely. I think he's just pasting ChatGPT response. But we're using the thinking model. So we wanted the deep details, right? So Epps is projected the winner. Stop it. Where's your ball? Did you lose it? I think he lost his ball. How are you going to have a ball now? Oh, by the way, guys, this is for Eva as well, but she's not here. But Fuzzy and Jelly and you guys, I watched the most recent season, the latter half of it at least. I watched the latter half of the latest season of Love is Blind with my girlfriend. So I've been observing. I've been learning about the Love is Blind ecosystem. I'm now more aware of the memes. So I can talk Love is Blind now. All right, I'm one of the girls again. Despite Kel accusing me of not being one of the girls, broke my heart to hear her say that. Bad news about Van Epstein. Oh, you don't watch it with them, Jelly? I wasn't sure if you. I know like Fuzzy and Evan and them all watch it. I wasn't sure if you were one of them. I'm sorry. I guess I just assumed. Yeah. Go tell Eva. Hey, wiener. Calm your wiener down. John Thorpe. Wow, John Thorpe, son of Ben Thorpe, got 1% of the vote. That's crazy. So in 2024, Trump carried this district by 22 points, 60 to 38. And Mark Green won the House by a similar 21-point margin. Tonight, Van Epps is up by roughly 4.8 points. So we're looking at roughly a 17-point swing towards Democrats compared to Trump's 2024 margin. That's crazy. 17-point swing. So Republicans are probably going to hold the seat, but that margin is crazy. No, so John Thorpe is the name of one of Ben's kids, but this is obviously not him. Yeah, it's not. He's not actually a Thorpe. I mean, he's a Thorpe, but he's not. I don't think he's one of them. I don't think he's one of those Thorpes. It always gives me stuff like this, but I don't like directly reading like the summaries. I like riffing on it, but I don't like actually just reading the raw text. Polygraph says, yeah, but they're still winning is the problem. Well, yeah, but I mean, think about it. Like these districts are so heavily gerrymandered. Like the chances of the Democrats winning it were extremely low. And I agree that is obviously the problem. Like, obviously it'd be better if the Democrats won the seat, like, clearly. Proof they're fine with what they see. The Republicans who are voting, definitely. But it seems like a lot of people. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how many people switched from Republican to Democrat, if any. You know, like I'm sure it's some, but you know what I mean. It's a major change. It's not nothing. It's not just the gerrymandering, Ryan. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously the state is itself also very red. Like many people, probably the vast majority of people in the state are like Republicans, right? I'm not saying otherwise. But the gerrymandering plays no small part, right? It's with a G. Like I think again, this district itself, I believe, underwent some pretty major gerrymandering a couple years ago. It's a good sign for 2024, or I'm sorry, 2026 for the midterms. Methinks. So that was kind of a speed run through all the stuff I really wanted to talk about tonight. So, what's on your mind, guys? Any additional thoughts on any of this stuff? Maybe we might hop on a panel or something. I don't know. Tennessee is still arguing if 14-year-olds can get married or not. Oof. Yeah. Or is it gerrymandering because they cherry picked the locations? That's a good one, Fuzzy. Fatoy says, if I were betting tonight, I'd give Van Epps a 55 to 60% chance of winning. That's actually pretty low because the structural advantage still leans GOP, and midterm special election turnout usually favors older conservative voters. But I'd also say there's a real 30 to 40% probability of a surprise, either a narrow win for Van Epps or in a strong turnout boost for Ben, even a possible upset. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't see that happening, but it's still it's insanely close. Like, it's a close race, and it shouldn't be, right? I mean, at least based on the history there. You wouldn't expect it to be. Ew. Did you just swallow a piece of your bone? That's gross. You're not supposed to eat that. Usually he spits it out. Sometimes he swallows the little, like, red pieces. Oh, now you're going to cry because I'm talking to you? Ridiculous. Can you believe this guy over here? Good Logic's audience. Wait, was Pisco going to debate Good Logic?
I can't believe it, folks. Tennessee 7th is cooked. Listen, it's an overperformance by a significant margin. The fact that this is like a cooked situation.
Didn't Tennessee also want to bring back a special marriage covenant for Christians because they wanted to distance themselves from non-Christian or same-sex married couples? Yeah, I think Tennessee did that. I think other states have done that too. I think some of them have like a baked-in like counter to no-fault divorce as well for some of that stuff, which is crazy. But what was it? Tennessee and what other states have done this thing with special marriage covenant or whatever? Like basically weaving in like Christian ideas of marriage into their laws that I believe some of these like have in place mechanisms to counter like no fault divorce and stuff. I believe this is what I've heard. I didn't believe it honestly when someone first told me about this, but I remember looking into it and being like, oh wow, that's disappointing. So tell me about that. Pretty sure that's the thing. So
because we didn't win, I don't, every now and then, but that needed it. And overall, I didn't need it as much as them. These moral victories, I think. But it really is a remarkable this, I think, if they are.
Okay, Pisco. I've been saying all this stuff. I already agree with you. What happened with Good Logic? Can someone just tell me? I saw Polygraph in his chat. Polygraph, are you still here? What happened with was Pisco gonna debate Good Logic?
I do want to be correct, and I'm not just...
Me too, Pisco. So real. Is Pisco important? Well, Look, we're all important in the eyes of the Lord, Jelly. Okay. But yeah, I really like Pisco. I think he's got good head on his shoulders, good values. One of the best debaters in the game, I would say. Very very talented. He was an attorney. He's now just a streamer. So I don't think he practices law currently. But it shows in his debates. Good night, Fatoy. Thanks for hanging out. But yeah, I would say Pisco is important in the spheres that I run in. I would say Pisco is like one of the best. Like I personally I feel like every time I watch Pisco like learn about a topic, I feel like I have like more solid ground under my feet. Like it's like it's a sanity check. It's an educational process. Like I'm a big fan of Pisco. Full endorsement from me. And also he's raided into the channel a couple times. He has sent his audience over here post stream multiple times, and I really appreciate it because I fuck with his people. But let's see. Polygraph says, sounds like his audience paid him to not debate. That's crazy. Let's see if anyone responded to me. Nope. Good Logic's audience paid him not to debate Pisco. That's wild. Destiny pooped on him. I only watched the first like 30 minutes of that debate up until the point where the other lawyer like ran, which was crazy. He has a real knack. Yeah, he does. He's got a real knack for it. Anyway, we stand Pisco. What a good title. What a good title, Dusty. Although Jelly, you were saying the other day Dusty gets racist when you go in there. Is that so? I don't like that. But I fuck with this title. External basis for morality isn't better. I'm always saying this when these people are like, you don't have a basis for your morality. I'm like, well, I do. Like you just outsource yours. Like you just say, oh, I'm gonna let the Bible just dictate it, or not even just the Bible, like whatever religious figure allegedly has divine revelation or whatever insane. I mean, no offense to anyone who believes that, but like, what am I supposed to do? Like God told you what's good and bad, and so I can't have an argument because I don't believe in him. Like, okay, I guess you win. The creator of the universe agrees with you, so what am I supposed to do? Please step on me, Mr. Boot. Not a lot of open panels though. Well, we could do like atheist debates on Mega Bloodbath. I don't really care about like God debates, but I guess what I just talked about is kind of in that sphere. So, also let me see. I think we're good. I don't even know if we're actually going to go too late today. But let's see how Confluence and them are doing. If there's anything I want to fight with them
being
about.
able to not invite.
Oh, they got a bunch of people on. Oh, let's see what ChatGPT has to say about the covenant marriage stuff. Jelly says, I believe my phrasing was he gets bigoted when I'm in chat. I stopped going to his channel. Okay, noted. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep my eyes peeled as well. I think even the writer wavering on the God thing a bit. Oh yeah, I mean of course. Like they have been for a long time. I think like the Christian nationalists have been riding like a what they perceive as a resurgence in that, but I don't know if that resurgence is actually like backed by. I mean, I guess like maybe it was like a lot of Gen Z people who were leaning into it, but they might not be as much anymore. I don't know about the data or whatever. I'm gonna run in the bathroom real quick, and then we'll hang on. Let me read about the covenant marriage thing first. You're remembering covenant marriage and some related straight-only marriage bills. You weren't imagining it. Stuff is real. Tennessee's in the mix. Legally, covenant marriage is a special kind of marriage contract that requires extra religious style counseling going in. Frames marriage as a lifelong covenant. The statutes literally use that language. That's crazy. Takes away no-fault divorce for couples who opt in. You can't just say irreconcilable differences and be done. So this is legally binding. Like legally, they are getting rid of no-fault divorce for people who get married through this. So if you're like an 18-year-old and you get a covenant marriage, you won't have access to no-fault divorce. Right? Joey says, you don't have to do anything special on my account. I got called 7-time baby mama last time that happened. I mean, yeah, I'm more just for my own. I like to be aware of, what kind of people I surround myself with. And, like there are things I don't like about Dusty and there's things I like about Dusty, but just jokes in line with the viewpoint of these types of characters, sure. Yes, it is explicitly meant to push back on no-fault divorce and to promote a conservative, usually Christian idea of marriage as permanent. Even Britannica notes critics argue it institutionalizes a conservative Christian conception of marriage and may raise establishment clause issues. That's interesting. Getting paid at the end of the night by these characters on a regular. Oh, you're talking about Dusty? Bongan says, it's one thing to have a serious discussion with an open National Socialist from time to time and platforming them and chumming it up with them and leaning on... I see. That's the first part of your... Yeah, you're talking about Orthodox guy? Yeah. Yeah, Orthodox guy, I think he had like a... He called me a communist F slur on one of Sarah's panels. Well, to be fair, I called him a fascist pig. But, I mean, that's kind of... No, it's only because he is a fascist pig, so... And I'm not a communist or an F slur. Tennessee is cooked over that piece of legislation. It is really bad. So let's see. There are other states that have done this. So Arizona apparently has had it since 1998. Arkansas in 2001, or at least something like it, right? And Louisiana was the first one in 97. Spouses have lived apart continuously for a set period. So about 1 to 2 years of living away from each other will allow a divorce, even under these. Orthodox is also problematic. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. I mean, he literally is a National Socialist. Like, it's not a joke. Like, he at least identifies himself as such. And, like, the stuff he believes seems to align with it. Like, he actually, like, he's a fucking Nazi dude. Which is why when I call him a fascist pig, I am being descriptively accurate. Although perhaps he's not made of ham. I'm at least half correct. Apparently, Missouri is trying to push one. Oklahoma, Texas, Tennessee, and Tennessee. So Tennessee has a proposed covenant marriage legislation. Okay, so they haven't. Tennessee has not institutionalized this yet. Jelly says, "I work with people on the other side of child marriage. It's not fun." Yeah, that sounds difficult, but good on you for being a part of that on the right side. It's the same coalition that's trying to overturn Obergefell. But if you talk about this with conservatives, they'll gaslight the fuck out of you and say, "Oh, like no one's gonna overturn Obergefell. People Republicans don't even care about gay marriage anymore. We don't even care. No one even cares about gay marriage. Why are you being a worrywart?" But obviously, they're pushing for it. They're trying to overturn it. They don't want gay marriage to be legal. They say it all the time. They're not fucking fooling anybody. Well, Ryan, you're a streamer. For me, my lines are a lot deeper. Oh, yeah, sure. Okay.
Some of it is double counted, for example.
All right, I'm going to hop on here. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of... Do we want to keep going? Here. Convince me to keep going in the chat while I go pee. And if you're convincing enough, I'll keep streaming. Okay. No, I didn't take it. I didn't take it as such, Shelly. I know what you mean. I hear you. Well, as soon as I'm about to step away, Alexander Rin comes in with $10 and says, "What do you think about divorcing marriage from the state? Pun intended. What if we create unions to give the legal weight marriage used to have and leave the term marriage to religion?" Like in theory, like in essence, I wouldn't care about it. Like abstractly, I don't care about it as much. But I don't. Like I don't know why we would do that. Like marriage obviously already has like a secular definition. Like why yield that? I guess like as a defense mechanism to like avoid letting them take over it. Like make their arguments weaker. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting question though. But hang on, I'll be right back. Thank you again for the $10 though. Okay, I have returned. Okay, I'm back. So I was thinking about it more when I stepped away, and I feel like again, like in the abstract, I'm not personally attached to the word marriage. Like if all the things that people get from marriage were accessible. Like realistically, then I don't know how concerned I would be, but also I'm wondering, because I think that to some degree was the case. Of course I wash my hands. I think to some degree that was the case. I'm just a fast peer. I think to some degree that was the case under like civil unions and stuff, but I think there were probably like some of the same practical complications that I'm imagining from changing, like if we just change marriage to union, like in the law, or like I think like there'd be a lot, like the practical downstream effects I feel like would be a nightmare. Like just there's so many things that are related to the word marriage in particular, and we just have like all of those things like marriage certificates. There's so many things that I feel like would have to be would be like affected by this, right? And that's probably partially why people were not as comfortable with the initial or with like things as just like unions before, or as civil unions before, for gay couples, right? Alexander follows up, say to Fuzzy. Wait, what did Fuzzy say? Let's see. Not sure why that's true. Marriage in the religious sense would give them nothing, no legal backing. They might as well use a promise ring from the legal side of it. Well, that what we're looking at right now, Alexander, is like right, like the or what we were just reading about is these covenant marriages that Christians are putting into law and have been. I think they already existed in Louisiana, Arkansas. Like, and these are like legally, like these have like religious backing or religious framings of marriage that are baked into the law, right? I mean, obviously people have to opt into those, but again, if you're like, 18 years old and you get married under this, and then you change your religion, you're still like legally trapped in that. Dude, calm down. Alex comes in with another $9.99. Thank you again, Alex. I always appreciate that. Says, okay, we keep marriage and they get wedlock or something like that. I don't care what the term is, only that religion and the legal aspect of marriage are separate. And they get wedlock? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, like in theory, I think this would solve the problem. But it feels like there's like number one, there's just not going to be, there's the will for it. I don't think would ever be there, like, because people are attached to the word, right? So like in theory, I can imagine it, and it sounds like a good solution. But I think like the issue with it practically is that people like the word. People want the word to be, they want the word marriage. Like that's yeah. I mean, I really think it comes down to that. I think that's like one of the biggest issues, and just like the broad changes you'd have to make to adjust the language. I see what you mean. I heard others say they want to leave all marriage-related stuff up to the church and not state or government. So I've heard, I have heard like Andrew Wilson, I think, say something like that. But I remember like the framing of it, like set off a bunch of red flags for me, where it was like they wanted to basically let the church, like remove it from the legal system, but allow the churches to enforce these things. So basically, it would still be like legally binding, but like the churches would be the legal enforcement, which is sounds like a terrible, scary system. Alex says, this would be a cultural shift, something adapted for future periods where the terms overlap. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Again, I would definitely be open to it. And I think it is like the biggest issue would have to be moving people away from those words. So yeah, if we could do that, but I just don't know which direction we would push. I'm not personally gonna like put my cultural shoe like pushing on getting people to stop using the word marriage in either direction. I guess I could be convinced to, but I like the word like marriage for secular, like I want to say like secular union or whatever, but I mean it's secular marriage. Like I like that word for it. But it's interesting nonetheless.
Like I said, he's doing okay. So, because like, yeah, ultimately,
I don't know. I'm debating it. Let's see what, because Dustin.
Now they got you
great again. Maybe. Is he on here? Oh yeah, he is. So is he on Cooley's show? Cooley, what's his name? Search Cooley. Oh, here, No Fugazi. That's it.
The library. That don't make, man. That ain't gonna work. Okay, so chill out a minute, brother. Let's back down a little bit. Let's go like one book at a time. So like Powder Dusty, OP Dusty over here.
Of substance, because chill out isn't enough.
Do what now?
I said, please tell me something of substance, because chill out is not enough.
Okay, what I'm telling you of substance is you might want to have some decorum and go along with everybody else having a discussion. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of nonsense. Now, P. Dusty over here, which I keep calling him P. Dusty, and I don't think he realizes I'm making an allusion to P. Diddy to make fun of him because he don't seem sufficiently offended. But P. Dusty over here was in the middle of responding to a question when you started spurging out, man. So just, that's all I'm saying. Just calm.
This looks way more interesting than the Confluence panel. But let's see what's going on. Well, I already read that one. Yes, but it's often difficult to see as an unmarried couple, as many states and agencies require you to be married or allow one partner to adopt. Bit of a speed bump. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's part of the part of the problem. Yeah, so what he was saying was the church and parents would regulate the age of marriage and everything, which is why I was saying there's a door to a lot of child marriages. Yeah, totally. But yeah, I don't think Alex was arguing for that at all. But I hear you, because like this is exactly like what I was concerned about with Andrew's stuff. Jelly says, "Is that the guy with the fake 8 kids, or is he the red pill house husband?" Meaning Cooley. I think he might be a guy who has 8 kids. He is. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Hey, Thumping Weevil. Hey, we just saw you on Confluence's panel. Alexander Ring comes in with another $10. God, thank you so much, man. It says, this is more intended to reduce some of the cultural tensions between, but I take your point. I just don't like the fact that legal rights are tied to what I consider to be a religious process. Or what is considered to be a religious process. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, I guess, I mean, the issue is that it ever got institutionalized, right? Like when that happened under a secular system, like it became a secular marriage, secular marriage became part of the. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's just I don't know. Again, in theory, I like it. I don't know practically how to even approach that at all. But if we could get people to disentangle those words, yeah. Still on the panel, just going around and see what's going on. Oh, word. Yeah, I like it too, but except for those practical concerns.
Because thus saith the Lord, that would be outside of my mind, which would make it an objective stance. Now, you may not believe that God exists. You may believe he's a figment of my imagination. So for you could make the argument, say, well, that's a subjective position. But from my perspective, it's objective, because I'm not basing my morals and ethics on what
So he subjectively finds it objective, is what I'm hearing.
I think. I'm not basing my morals and ethics on what I think. I'm basing my morals and objectives based on the Christian ethical standard, the moral code, which is outside of my own head.
Yeah, but you chose that. And you acknowledge that. You chose.
I didn't choose that. Did you choose yours?
My ethical standard, yeah.
Yeah, so you just chose it. So it's your preferences.
Right. Yes. And Christianity.
So if your preferences that you chose, if you woke up in the morning and
Alexander with this time of $5 says, what do you mean by marriage is a secular system? I thought marriage was always a religious ceremony. Legally it's not a religious, marriage is a legally recognized union of people, but it's not always religious. Right? What I mean is that people I guess as long as there's been non-religious people getting married, there's been this secular institution of marriage. Even the ceremonies aren't always if they're done at churches, I guess. But I feel there are even atheists who get married at churches just symbolically, because they like that aspect of it. Definitely seems like a secular system, right? This man has a great mic despite his accent being a little too mush-mouthy. Yeah, he does have a great mic.
And your preferences changed, then your whole worldview and ethical system could change.
And yes, and if you wake up tomorrow on your Muslim.
No, sir. That's not going to happen.
Let me finish.
That's not going to happen. If I believe, no, hold up. You're denying the fact.
Dane, let him land his plane after this too.
Okay, you're denying the fact that I truly believe, just like my desk in front of me is real, that God is real.
I'm not ignoring that.
I'm not going to wake up in the morning and all of a sudden decide that God is unreal.
I am not ignoring that.
Okay, Dusty, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not ignoring that. What I'm pointing out is that you believe, you said it yourself, you believe, you kept using these qualifiers. It is.
Sorry, I just realized that chat was broken for a moment, so should be back, but let me go ahead and catch up on the messages that I missed while that was broken. First of all, Fuzzy B shilling the Discord, I appreciate that. Let's see. Yeah, join the Discord so you get notifications when I go live. So true. We have room for a few more radicals if you are feeling discordant, which I don't think that word is appropriately used here, but whatever. Good to see you, Callie Dime. Polygraph says Claude for nonprofits includes the three things: discounted access of up to 75% to Claude, connectors to new nonprofit tools like Blackbaud, Candid, and Benevity, and a free course. Interesting. That's cool. I like that. I'm glad that Anthropic does stuff like that. Thumping says, I'd love to have a conversation with you without religion or just yelling at each other. Ryan, I've seen your point on a lot and agreed. I guess it's hard to hear with others in audience. Sure. Yeah. I'd be happy to talk sometime, Thumping Weevil. Polygraph says, can use their tools for less if you do nonprofit. That's nice. Yeah, definitely. Jelly says, if I was ever to get married again, just get me the regular JOP with the honeymoon in Portugal. Sure.
Is your perspective and your decision. You could wake up
I
tomorrow.
didn't say
and
decision. Did not say decision.
Here, I'm going to jump to the live because I'm curious.
I wanted to know. Excuse me. Can I finish? Can I answer your question?
Sure.
I wanted to know what was true. So I went to search out what was true, and that search led me to where I am today. That doesn't mean that I chose. That does.
I feel like if I get in here, it's not gonna be more productive. But it could be fun. What do we think? I feel like Dusty does handle this topic fairly well these days. From what I've heard from him. Like basically, Big Mike take Little Mike. You are much more quiet than this guy? Really? Interesting. Let me turn up my mic. Oh wow, why did it do this again? No way. Has my mic been quiet all night? No way, it did it again? I don't know why. Hey, okay, testing. This should be way better. Way better. Wow. I don't know what happened. I don't know how that happened. So if I switch away from that, okay. I literally changed it before the stream. That's so interesting. Shake some tables. All right. It'll be fun. If not, you can rage quit. Yeah, that's true. All right, fuck it. Let's see if they'll. I don't even know if Cooley will let me in. Have I even talked to Cooley? He gave us the podcast voice. We're way better. Yeah, it should be way better now. But I don't know. That's interesting. Let me turn my volume. Yeah, sorry. Volume's probably like crazy loud right now. Alex comes in again with $10 saying, do it. But I was wrong. Marriage started well before religion even existed. Interesting. It was always a way to merge tribes or formalize alliances. Religions only pull it in later. I did not know that either. Thank you for that lesson, though. That's interesting because something when I argue with people about like Christian morality, I've often made the point, or at least recently I've leaned into this point, that I feel like a lot of the things that I like about Christian morals are things that predate Christianity, or things that would have to predate Christianity. Like it's like the values that they're pointing to are often like things that just you would rationally notice like through lived experience, like slavery being bad, which I guess is not actually a Christian value, but or is arguably a Christian value. But like not stealing, right? Like thou shalt not steal. Like, yeah. Don't take my shit. I won't take your shit. Like that. Like that's. There's a rationality to it. That's not. That I feel like has to. It inevitably predates Christianity, just because there were people who had to deal with these problems before Christianity existed. the idea that everyone was just throwing their hands up in the air like, oh, we'll never be able to solve any of these problems. If only someone would come in and give us an objective moral system. Yeah, I don't think that's what happened. But I mean, I'm not like a super well-read religious guy either. Fuzzy, I think for some reason, there's more letters than there should be in your hex codes. Like there's CX in front of both of them, it looks like. The words CX are stuck there. I wonder if you found a bug in the app. But I feel like those aren't supposed to be there. And that's probably why they didn't change your colors. Jelly says, slavery being bad is not a real Christian value. It was negotiated later on that it was bad, but the Bible does say ... And we'll see what the rest of it is. Yes, again, Fuzzy. Yeah, you're gonna have to resend those color changes because they all have the letter CX in front of your hex codes, and I don't know why. Yeah, like the codes look fine after the letter CX. So like name color CX AD, like it I think just that CX is on all three of them. So if you just post them without that, you should be able to do your colors. But anyway, let's fucking hop on or try to. Remember, I'm gonna need you to stay relaxed, okay? Don't embarrass me, okay? I got you. Okay. YouTube won't let me be great, but enslavement is up and down in the Bible. Yeah, that's my understanding as well. Sir, I need you to wait. Let me click this. Wait, is that on your nose? Is that from when you were chewing on the wires? What did you do? What did you do? Weirdo. Okay. Oh, I think it's from your ball. I see. Little white lines on his ball. That's what it is. All right. I know Umbreon's going to interrupt me as soon as I get on and start talking, so I'll just have to mute myself for most of it. But let's see.
Background, your couches look dirty and dusty and old and holes in them. You look broke. Like, where in the world is there some sort of measurement, an inch like you asked Sage, a dollar sign like you asked Sage? Where in your representation of your being fat and looking greasy like you haven't showered in a week does it exemplify God? Because I don't see it. I don't see something objective or even subjective. Show me a measurement that says you found God and Powder Dusty didn't, or P. Diddy, or whatever you want to call him. Because look, you look like an embarrassment. And if what finding God is represented in you, then I'd rather be like P. Dusty, because P. Dusty looks like he's in halfway decent shape. He looks healthy. His background looks like he's doing well. Where's God in you in this measurable shit that you ask Sage to present?
Well, I mean, if we're being honest, Diddy looks healthy and Diddy is rich and Diddy got a big old mansion and Diddy life is pretty good. Would you follow? Would you want to be like Diddy?
Brutal.
Would you want to be like Diddy? So by using your logic, if you're appealing to material, if you're appealing to the material world and physical things to justify God, and God being in someone and things like that, that's nonsensical. Because therefore that means that you would choose to be just like Diddy.
Why would you ask Sage that then?
Why don't you follow Diddy?
He's right and Sage is wrong.
No, I'm using Smokepole TV. I just use your logic against you, right? Here's your logic. I'm gonna repeat it back to you. Your logic is very simple. When I look at you, Dane, I don't see any God there. You talked about his background. You talked about him. There's no God there. Listen. There's no God there. If you look at Diddy in a big old, stop it. If you look at Diddy in his big old, when he was in his big old mansion, everything was good. Everything was good. Would you see God there?
You missed. I wasn't talking about no P Diddy. Just
No. Stop it. It's using your logic. It's using your logic.
Powder, did you understand what I was saying?
I understand both of you. He's using your logic to he's not
Against
saying
you.
I'm Diddy. Yeah.
I'm not saying him. I'm not saying he's Diddy. I'm using your logical argument against you to show you, to demonstrate how nonsensical and stupid it is. Basically, so people are in poor countries. Is God not there because they're in poverty?
This is so basic. Let me just basically explain what I'm saying. If he asked Sage to show him a measurable piece of something, whether it's an inch, and this is his words. I haven't said anything personally yet. He said to Sage, who I don't agree with, but I'm just using your guys' logic against you.
No, you're using it bad, actually. You're not using it right.
You're going to let me in,
the
guys.
plane.
Okay, go ahead.
He says to Sage, give me an inch, a measurement, something to show that you're right and I'm wrong.
When we're speaking about objective, stop it. You're using it. Smoke pole.
Let me finish. I'm asking
Go ahead.
him
Land your plane.
in the same way that he asked Sage, show me a measurement from him, whether it's his weight.
I refute it in 2 seconds.
Whether it's the red glow on his face that looks like he hasn't showered.
Let me refute it in 2 seconds, Smoke Pole. Let me refute it in 2 seconds. You're conflating two different arguments. When he was speaking to Sage, they were having a conversation about objective and subjective morality. Basically, he needed to see objectively mind independent, not something dependent on a mind. Right? That's what I'm saying.
Measurement.
So no, stop it. That's something totally different than what you're speaking about right now.
I digress.
You're saying that you need to the only way that you can.
The no shower means no God. I mean, I think that's what Cooley's pointing out to Smoke Pole, right? Like how that doesn't. Which is why I think Cooley's actually correct here, and what he's like Smoke Pole's point about like, oh well, you look greasy, so you don't believe in, or like, what, like where's God there? Like, I don't know. I don't think it's a very compelling position.
He's broken in prison. It's not.
I'm saying when he was rich, when he was rich. When you look at Diddy, when he prior to the imprisonment, you didn't know that he was a sexual deviant. You didn't know that he had devils in the closet. But if you just looked at him, you would think that he's a man of God based off of your logic.
Let me try to get it back on track, because there's a good question there that got lost underneath the ad homs. Dane, how do you know? What measurement are you using to assess truth or reality? Not that that was really what I was questioning, but you insisted it. So how are you measuring that?
Thank you for simplifying.
Well, I'm not sure that he could simplify it much farther than your simple mind stated it. But let's say that I am just a fat, redneck, uneducated, ain't showered in 3 years. I got mushrooms growing on my asshole.
Me too, King.
What is it about what I've said that is not true that you can prove, you can falsify is not true?
He might, Jelly. I don't know.
We're asking you, what measurement are you proving that?
I get what you asking me. I haven't asked you for a measurement.
Your mushrooms on your ass.
Excuse me. I let you go on like a woman for about 10 minutes while you showed your ovaries. Okay.
Why the misogyny?
Now, do I get to respond, or you just gonna be like
go
most
ahead,
women?
Dane. Forget the meta conversation, Dane. Just respond. You got it.
Who hurt you, Dan Snyder?
Now, Sage Attacks over there. I asked him how he developed what was right or wrong, and he said it had to do with the amount, which is a measurement. Now, I understand this is beyond your intellectual ability, but the amount implies a measurement of suffering. So I asked him, how does he measure the suffering? He couldn't come up with a unit of measure.
Nor can you.
I'm not asking for a measurement. That's something you've co-opted from him. I haven't claimed there's a measurement here. Can you tell me the 3 laws of logic, Smoke Pole?
No, I can tell you.
Can you tell me the 3 laws of logic, or are you just a dumb woman with a penis? You're just a dumb woman with a penis.
I know.
Can you tell me? I'm dealing in logic, so we need to speak the same language, pole smoker.
We don't.
Can you tell me the 3 laws of logic?
You wouldn't talk to me like that.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me the 3 laws of logic?
Dane, that's your question. Smoke Pole, you want to answer or not?
3 laws of logic. I have no idea what he's talking about, nor do I care.
Because you're dumb.
I know.
Okay,
I
then
know.
please
Tell you,
enlighten
it
me.
doesn't matter. I still agree with him. Like,
Did you agree
Right.
with a dummy, P. Dusty? You're dumb.
Yeah.
So a few months ago, I was actually asked to recite the three laws of logic, and I couldn't do it. Right? I didn't know them off the top of my head. I've been using them in my work for a decade, right, or longer. Like I use them in school, like learning math. I was always a math kid. Like I didn't know the 3 laws of logic, but once I looked them up, I was like, oh yeah, I use these constantly. Like these all make sense, of course. But like I didn't mean I could recite them. It doesn't make you dumb to not like know them off the top of your head or whatever. Right? And I mean, to be fair, I could just be dumb. Yeah, non-contradiction. It's identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle. And they're all kind of the same thing, by the way. They're actually all they're like different kind of ways of saying that like a thing is a thing. Like P equals P, and P is not P. Like they're kind of all saying that.
Measurement. If we're gonna
there doesn't.
This, let me finish, Dane. And I'm not trying to argue with you. My point being is that if you're gonna tell him he's wrong, then you have to use the same standard to prove that you're right. So what I'm asking
No, I don't.
you, so what I'm saying to you is that you as this Christian and this and even Cooley,
He was doing an internal critique, man. So like you're straw man in it. Since he's doing an internal critique, he's asking him things based off of his worldview to prove. Our worldview is just different, man.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna let me in. I don't know if it's worth just sitting here in the back. Wait, private chat. Yeah, I don't see. I saw something in the private chat. I was hoping they were gonna let me in, but yeah, I don't think that's happening. So, should we just bounce? I mean, it's
Aesthetically, you're a
a
chef.
little bit longer.
I'm in a business. I mow lawns for a living, right? The things that I'm speaking about to mow the lawn. Listen, I need the measurements of of the grass. How big is your yard? Okay, that's good. The measurements that you're going to be asking for. Well, how big is the people that's going to be coming? Because I need to know how many plates I need to make, right? So there's different measurements and things within the worldview. So under his worldview, he's Powder Dusty. You're atheist, right?
Agnostic.
Okay, yeah, you're atheist. So I mean, like, it's different measurements under that worldview when we're speaking about objective morality, subjective morality, and things like that. We're going to ask different questions because the worldview is different. Like, he's going to ask different questions to me. Like, why would I ask you under your worldview if you are an atheist? Well, do you believe in a Trinity?
I love coffee.
What? They don't. Well, what?
But we're talking about objective morality. So the fact that we even have different perspectives proves it's subjective.
100%.
No. So we all have different perceptions of
Powder's
life.
here, bro. Like, I'm so glad we have somebody that has because I'm a little emotional, so I sometimes add some extra shit. I see Powder, you kind of put it straight. You kind of take all.
You a little emotional. You're like a damn woman.
No, man. Listen, he didn't say anything good. Listen,
Yeah.
stop, man. Enough of that homonyms. Smoke Pole, what he said was it didn't demonstrate anything and it didn't negate any of the points, right? He just asked the question.
You can't prove your facts.
No,
based
he's
on
saying
a
that since
subjective
it's
or an
since
objective
he's
reality,
what
you
he's
cannot
saying
prove
is
what you're saying.
since I believe this and you don't agree with me, then it's subject.
Believe.
No,
That
stop
means
it,
you
stop
went
it, stop it.
wrong.
Listen.
Believe.
If
That
I
means you
have a
don't
different
know.
no, listen. If we have different opinions, I'll demonstrate it to you. We can all have different opinions about something. Does that negate the fact that there is still something objective out? If a tree is in a forest,
Dustin's
but
channel
you're
and
not
ask him
around,
stuff.
is the tree still there?
Let's see.
Absolutely.
Okay, which means that we can all have things are objective without us being there.
But we're
We can
talking
have
about right-
different opinions
But
and
when
our
you
own.
said the
Listen.
tree
We
is
can
there.
have different opinions about
Right.
things.
If we
This
believe the
doesn't
tree's there,
mean.
then it's
Listen.
subjective.
This doesn't mean that 1 + 1 does not equal. If we all believe that 1 + 1 equals everything but 2, this still doesn't negate the fact that 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. It's still going to equal
let
2,
me-
even if we got our
Equal
math
sign
wrong.
is
Hold on, hold on,
Christianity.
hold on.
Show me 1 + 1.
But we're talking about with morality. We're talking about good and bad, which is
We are talking about good and bad.
subjective, which is a subjective measure. thing anyways.
Under your worldview, is subjective.
Well, you're claiming that it's objective. However,
if
the
there's
fact that
different
we're
worldviews,
bro,
that
let me do it.
people have a
Smokeful.
potential,
The fact that
it's
we're
not
here,
That doesn't negate the.
Cooley, you
I just
just-
demonstrated it.
When they
Listen,
say
bro.
it's objective,
said something
We
they're
can.
literally saying it's
Okay.
subjective, right?
You
If it's a
just said-
tree in a forest, if there's a tree in a forest, is that objectively true with you not seeing the tree? Is that
Do you
objectively
believe
true?
There's a tree in the forest. Or
No,
do
stop
we
it.
know?
There is a tree in the forest, but you're
Do we
not
know
there.
or do we
You're not
believe?
able. Listen, you're not
let me do
able to know.
So then we don't.
My
know
point
there's
is,
a tree
is there a tree in the forest?
If we're
we're
not able
talking
to
about
know, that
we're
makes it
talking about a
automatically subjective.
Okay. If
No,
you
Smokeful,
can't, real
chill,
quick,
let me
I'll
do
word it this way, real quick. If you can't observe the tree, you can't
you
see
observe
the
good?
tree, you can't hear the tree. By using your 5 senses, you can't see, touch,
They
taste,
can't hear the meme.
smell, or hear this tree. You can't do any
me
of
be
that
heard.
stuff. But are trees? If you can't see it, would the tree in a forest still exist? Would that be objectively true?
That would be objectively true, but that's not a good. That's not a
Smoke
good
is a really
comparison.
good
That is the perfect
No, it's
analogy
not.
to all of
Let me
this.
love
explain
that.
why.
That-
Let me explain why.
Objective
We're
is
talking
not.
about-
Objective means mind independent,
We're
not mind
talking
dependent.
about
It doesn't depend on our
good
mind
and
for the
bad.
tree to be real. It doesn't depend on our mind for the tree to be real.
Now you're gonna crash
It's
out 'cause you don't.
objective.
Now you're gonna crash out because you don't want to hear my response.
No, Dusty, I'm not crashing out. You know I
It's
talk
not a
spirited.
good
Go ahead, Dusty.
It's not.
They always say we crash out when we win.
know, right?
They always say we crash out.
you do for sure.
We gotta entertain, man.
So-
Go ahead,
Your
Dusty. Go
mama,
ahead.
your mama.
The reason it's not a good comparison is because we're talking about good and bad, which is not an independent, tangible thing.
We're
It's
speaking about
characteristic of a thing.
objective. We're speaking about morality, the good and the bad. That's objective. I gave an example of something being objective.
The issue is they're not like the burden is on them to show that it's objective, right? Like, right?
Yes.
What?
Are you ready?
Yep.
That was a good question.
For good and bad
Yeah, that's a good
existing,
point, Michelle.
not dependent
really
on
good
a mind.
Independent of mind.
Independent
I
of
have one
mind.
answer to that.
Okay. I'll go ahead and answer it. I already answered it
one.
before. I think I answered it with Sage, but I'll go ahead and answer it. So, are there things like the law? You, Dusty, you know the laws of logic, the 3 laws of logic.
Yes.
You think that we need to adhere to laws of logic to even make sentences. You believe that
What does it even
logic
mean
is
to
real.
not adhere to them? That's
Did
the
we
problem.
discover
They think
logic,
it's
or
like a
has logic always been
prescriptive
there?
thing.
I think that we define it. I think the laws of logic,
Laws of logic are I mean, Dusty might be saying this.
we define it. It was defined
Okay,
by humans.
if we weren't here,
Develops as we
if
understand
we
reality.
weren't here, would the laws of logic still be there?
No, because
no.
logic is based on a perception of the mind.
But
Like,
real quick, listen.
reality
You
exists
don't
regardless
smoke
of what
pole.
is
You don't
logic.
even know what the 3 laws of logic is. Hold on, let me just have this conversation
Amen,
with
brother
Powder Dusty.
Cooley. Amen, brother Cooley. That
'Cause
dude
he
don't
knows
even know
what the
what
3
logic
laws-
is.
He knows what the 3 laws of
What you guys
logic is,
read
man.
Are the 3 laws of logic? I guess I'm unqualified to be logical.
Absolutely,
no,
absolutely. But you can learn. You can learn if you know your role. Shut your damn mouth and have a seat. Me and Cooley are teachers,
Calm down.
ma'am.
Hey, loosen
I
up
got
the
you.
little
Smoke
panty
pole
drawers you got
TV.
on, bro, because you wouldn't. I'm not even gonna. Talk.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
sound
For,
silly,
yo,
bro.
Dane, chill out with the ad hominems, man. We got to chill out with it. Let's have the discussion.
I'm sorry, I'm
I'll
just
give you
speaking
the
his
3
language,
laws.
my bad.
Here's the 3 laws
How
of
about
logic.
After this is done, you go to my page and then you figure out what language I speak. Stop the bump, dumb
All right, smoke
Cooley
pole.
talking. Shut your mouth, man. Cooley
Smoke,
talking.
smoke pole. Dane, chill, man. Chill. You got to chill, Dane, man. Or I got to put you backstage. Even though you a
Bring me
member,
backstage. Bring me
still
up.
got to put you backstage. We got to have
Free
some
coder.
decorum. We got to get these arguments out. So here's what I'm saying. I'll give you the 3 laws of logic. It's the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction.
Now explain
Those
them.
are the 3
Explain them.
traditional laws of logic, right?
I want him to explain them.
So, Powder Dusty, you asked me a question. Well, how can you prove that morality is objective? That's your question, right?
He can't.
It was
he
give
can't
me an
explain
example
them.
of something that is
I have a
good and independent of mind.
By the way, I have a video on my channel where someone asked me about the 3 laws of logic, and I walk them through how to use them using a Rubik's Cube. And it's actually pretty cute and a good little 10-minute explainer of how, or less than 10 minutes, a little explainer of how the laws of logic work. So encourage everyone to go check that out sometime. Give it a like, maybe comment on it. Give it some super thanks even if you want.
Have the same qualities
crazy.
as a tree does, so it doesn't work with
yeah,
good.
I got you. So basically, you're looking for evidence of basically God, and to show that morality is objective. That's what you want, right? So basically, have you ever heard of the transcendental categories? These is things that is categories within metaphysics. So the 3 laws of logic, the self, things like that, things that we have no evidence for. There's no evidence of logic. You can't point to it. You can't touch it. You can't see it. You can't smell it. But we utilize it every day in order for us to make sentences, in order for us to walk in a straight line.
Right.
So these are all metaphysical categories that we appeal to, but we have no evidence for. So I'm asking you a question. Is the laws of logic and the self, right?
I don't know if it would be productive with that coolly.
Or what the self means, right? Is that true? Like, is the laws of logic universal, or is it dependent on our mind?
The laws of logic are dependent. It's how we have observed reality. So it is mind dependent. We develop, for instance, let me look at the law of identity. Right, identity of anyone or anything depends on how we define it. For instance, I'm me, but we're all people. Right. You can use so that we would fit into both identities, but only I would fit into one of them. So
is it objective or subjective?
It's situational.
Wait,
so
what?
I would say
I guess
it's situational. Whether if again with the law of identity, use it as an example. If I identify all of us as people, then yes, we're all in that category. However, if I change
with the law of identity, a simple example is I'm David, therefore Powder Dusty can never be David.
Correct. But if we
name to
change the
David.
identity to you're a person, then all of a sudden we have the same identity within that definition. So the
good
laws
point,
of logic
Dusty.
are defined. It's structure that we've applied to reality.
No, that's just using it. It's unchanging.
That's a
It's
good point.
unchanging. You're just
just changed
moving.
not
No, you didn't change it at all. The law itself did not change. You just used it to fit a different sentence, but it did not change.
Cooley,
The
can I
the
add
same
one layer on
order.
that?
Real quick, this you actually demonstrated the same. Are we people? Since I'm a person, therefore I can
Wait, I'm muted?
not this animal, right?
I'm not muted.
Cannot. I'm a human being, therefore this animal cannot be.
I'm not muted. I'm just quiet. Are you saying they're muted? Am I muted? Someone confirm that I'm not muted or that I am? This is for illiterate people. Yeah.
Here's
know
my
the
question,
story
real
of
quick. Smokepole
Lucifer and
TV.
Satan?
Let me just Smokepole TV. Me and Dusty
my
having a
bad.
conversation. My bad, real quick. I'm just gonna land my plane. So you are basically asking me to demonstrate to prove with evidence that morality is objective or that there is a God.
Or even just give me an example.
So, no, listen. I am.
Yo, it changed again. Like my mic went down again. I don't know why it's doing this. Like, okay, I should be definitely very audible now. But it was down to like nothing. It's so weird. I don't know why. It's like auto adjusting. Oh, it's like dropping down. Why is it doing that? Stay up here. Is there a button to do it? Play sound effects, alert volume, play sound on sound. None of these. Oh, thanks, Fuzzy. Thanks for sharing that. That's so interesting. It's like for some reason my Mac is like dropping my my mic volume. I have no idea why it's doing that. That's really concerning. I mean, I'm using just regular OBS, but like the audio is changed. Like I'm looking at my settings in like on my Mac Mini, like the actual like Mac OS settings, and the mic is dropping, like it keeps going down in that. It's so weird. Should we go over Ryan's logic video and compare it to these ignorants? I encourage you all to do that in your own time. I hate watching my own content. Sir, no. All right. Well, I'm just gonna keep this up so I can see it drop or whatever. But you guys hear that whiny? He's just screaming because I'm not playing with him. It's a good video though.
Has to be a mind for this to, it has to be a mind outside of ours for this to be universal. That's the claim.
Oh,
It's
cool.
very simple. So you are already appealing to something with no evidence, but you utilize the evidence right now by using sentences.
Bring the
So this
goalpost
thing is universal, basically. That's the. I think I did it pretty good. That's the transcendental category argument of proving God's existence. Shout outs to Jay Dyer.
Yeah. So
Jay Dyer's a moron.
I used the laws of logic to demonstrate that the laws of logic were a man-made application. I wasn't trying to refute the laws of logic. First of all,
It isn't a man-made application, though. You just
It is a
proved that.
man-made. It's a man-made application.
Demonstrate it.
Does 3 exist independent of us?
No.
You talking about that?
No,
Are you?
no. If I can respond to that, no. Now I know you bunch of atheist, non-believer, hellbound sinners appeal to 1 + 1 = 2. Numbers are absolutely a construct of the mind. I want you to objectively prove to me that the number 3 exists outside of your own mind and a social
I see
construct.
Christ coming all off of you.
Hold
bro.
on.
You are
Excuse me,
so
Smoke Pole.
bro.
Shut up, please. Grown men are
Yo,
talking.
you're such a
Know your
reflection,
role and
bro.
shut your
You
mouth,
make
Smoke
me-
Pole.
you
Grown
make
Hey,
me-
folks
yo,
are
y'all
talking.
got beef,
Grown
man.
folks are
Listen,
talking.
listen, real
Smoke
quick.
You make me
Pole.
wanna be a
Go
better
back
man.
over there, scratch your clitoris,
bless you.
and let grown men talk.
God
Don't
bless you.
scratch
Y'all
Y'all got
Dusty.
mad smoke. Real quick. Smoke
bless
Pole,
you,
you
bro.
up
And-
next.
and
Right
you're
after
so much
Dane.
misogyny.
Right after Dane answered the Smoke Pole, you up
And
next. So
you're
go ahead,
asshole
Dane.
mushrooms,
First
bro.
of all,
God bless you.
Dane, please do
well,
not scratch clitorises.
let Dane answer the question. Go ahead,
For real.
Dane.
All right. P. Dusty, my feminized friend P. Dusty, that I have a lot of respect for as far as ladies go. I need you to explain to me, demonstrate for me objectively that the number 3 exists
he
outside of
didn't.
your
He
mind
not
and
there,
outside
bro.
of
He just-
Shut up,
Smoke Pole.
Smoke
Just
Pole.
let him land the plane.
Smoke Pole. Behave, son.
All right, Dane, go ahead. Get to it, man.
Golly. Powder Dusty. My relatively reasonable friend.
Right.
Okay, who spends too much time in the gym. Explain to me objectively how the number 3 exists outside of your mind and the social construct of minds that agree that that symbol of black marks on white paper that we agree is 3, that is equal to a value, a certain amount. Explain to me how that exists outside of our minds.
Thank you. I don't actually believe it exists outside of our minds. That's why I used that question. It's a great example because just like 3 doesn't exist outside of our minds, the good and bad distinction is inside of our minds.
Wait,
Check.
what?
I need you to
3
explain
doesn't
that
exist
connection.
outside of our mind. Listen, real quick, that didn't even connect. 3 doesn't
Check.
exist
Oh,
outside of our minds,
did connect.
but somehow the good and the bad exist inside of our minds. Okay, go ahead.
Both of them are subjective, mind-dependent structures.
As is religion.
How so?
Alexander says, check to make sure normalization isn't enabled in OBS. Normalization, where do you know where that would be? I was just looking through my OBS settings, and I thought maybe like I guess down mixing is not affecting it, but I don't know where. Umbreon, please. Settings. Let's see. I should just search in settings here. Normalization. I'll look for that while they talk.
Good and bad does, right? Because whether or not you're looking at it, this is 3 pocket knives, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not. I need you to defend that. You made a claim that adds up to 3. I need you to objectively prove that those are 3 pocket knives and not potato or tree or interstate highway pocket knives.
Right, but I'm not making that claim. What I'm saying is that
You just made the claim, though. You can't make a claim and then say you didn't make the claim, P. Dusty. You made the claim. You said these are 3-dot pocket knives, and I said they're not. And I asked you to support that claim, and then you said you weren't making the claim.
Chill.
I have scratched a lot of clitorises, be honest with you. I mean, I'm not necessarily
All
proud of that.
fellas. All right, fellas.
That-
Go ahead,
that's
Powder
probably the biggest
Dusty.
lie you told all day.
Dane, allow
seen
Powder
pussy in
Dusty
years,
to
bro.
land his plane. Powder Dusty, land your plane, and Dane, remember, just refute it all afterwards. Go ahead.
Okay. So 3 is a concept there's three knives there because we've defined what three is, and we can recognize that that reality fits the definition of three. There's three things there. Similarly, good and bad is what is a trait of a thing. It's not an independent thing. It's used to describe something, and it does not exist without a human there or a mind there to interpret whether something is good or bad. A tree does exist. Go ahead.
All right. So you and I, based on our culture and civilization, our education, you and I would agree that that amount of pocket knives you just held up were equal to 3 pocket knives as far as the value of an amount. Right. Do you and I also agree that God exists and what God says is good and what God says is evil?
If God existed, then sure, that would be true, but I don't believe God exists. And I also...
So would that mean that we don't agree to that? So does that mean we don't agree to that?
Hold on. Real quick, I also want to point out that the way that you just define good and bad is also subjective because it's mind dependent. It's just subjective to God.
I understand that's a cool little story you told, and it'd be terrible for something bad to happen to it. But I'm asking you, would you and I agree, just like we agree that those 3 knives are 3 knives?
3 exists regardless. A knife exists regardless. The label we apply to it is immaterial to the object itself's existence. Yeah, I guess. I think there is like I think I pushed back on Jim Bob or someone about this like a while back. But I think there's God, it's moving again. I think there's a really interesting conversation about like where we draw the lines between like the lines around an object to make it that object. Like is if we have like 3 knives sitting on the ground, like is it really 3 knives or is it only 3 separate things because we identify? Oh shit!
Because you and I agree on that. You agree on that. Shut up, Smoke Pole. I guess you didn't get enough attention in your life, man.
Yo, Smoke Pole, let him land his plane, man. Come on.
So the only way that your analogy would map onto what Cooley and I are arguing is if you and I also agree that God existed. And since it doesn't, you just wasted your time with all of that. So in your mind, what do you ground your sense of reality in your worldview? Because Cooley and I grounded in something outside of our worldview, which is God and Christian ethics. And what do you ground it in outside of your mind?
I think that really at the end of the day, we're all agnostic and we all ground our reality in
your thoughts. What you think that I ground my ethics in doesn't matter. I'm asking
He's asking you, how do you ground yours?
It in? Yes. What do you ground it in? Don't tell me what I grounded in. What do you ground it in?
We all ground it in our own.
We don't. You can't prescribe what I ground it in, brother. I'm asking you what P. Dusty.
Well, I think he's saying that even if you don't believe that you're grounding it in some, I think he's suggesting that you're just outsourcing.
That's not answering a question, though.
Sure.
Radical Coder, Radical Coder. You just came in. Just let him answer the question.
My bad, guys.
I ground reality.
And you up next. You up next, Radical Coder. I got you, man. Don't worry.
Exists, then
I ground reality in a combination.
Okay, I can't hear you, P. Dusty.
Yeah. Let's get some decorum real quick.
Here.
Go ahead, Smoke Pole. Powder.
I ground my reality in a combination, primarily in my experiences, but also in logic. Those are the 2 things that God, if you believe in God, gave us to use, the 2 tools we have to understand reality. And those are the 2 I use. I hope those are the 2 you use as well.
Which 2? Tell me again so I can make sure I know what you're saying.
Experience and logic.
Experience and logic. What about data, empirical data?
I mean, I think that I would consider that an experience. You have to experience the data in order to, absorb it. The interpretation of data, then that would be the logic component, right? We have to experience something, and then we have to process and understand it. So
when you process it, how do you know that the conclusions that you reach within P. Dusty's mind are accurate? Let me give you an example. My mother was ill for like 7 years, right? She was in and out of ICU and that sort of stuff. And there's a condition. Good God, man. A normal cigarette lighter will be fine, man. You ain't got to compensate for a small penis with that blowtorch you pulled up. But okay. Anyway, so she would be in ICU, and she would. There's a
lot of projection
condition
going on
called
here, huh?
ICU psychosis, where they'll start to hallucinate. Now, in her mind, she believed the things she hallucinated were 100% real, but they weren't. How does P. Dusty know that the conclusions he reaches based on his logic and data are correct, and they're not just Pete Dusty's hallucinations, or that his conclusions based on and steered by his own biases and wants, needs, and desires?
There's no way for
Yeah,
any
I'm
of us to
using
know that we're
a
not
browser called
insane.
Dia.
It's possible that we're all
I didn't
brains
ask you
exploding.
about being insane. I'm asking you, how do you know
Well, your example
that what you
referenced
arrive
insanity.
at, what the conclusions you arrive at are true, and that they are truly good, and they're not just what you believe to be good based on your own wants, needs, and desires? How do you know that?
Are you asking me if it's possible for me to be mistaken? Or confused?
No, man. I'm speaking English, man. What kind of language do you speak? How does P. Dusty know
Click.
that the conclusions he reaches are true, and not just something that he arrived at based on his own wants, needs, and desires?
Yeah. So basically, yes, you're asking how do I know I'm not mistaken? And the answer
Correct.
to that is I don't, but none of us do.
Of course we do.
How do you know?
Well, because Cooley and I ascribe to the Christian ethical standard that says basically, in a nutshell, if we boil it down, that it doesn't matter what he and I think or feel, what our wants and needs and desires are, that the ultimate standard is God, so then we strive to reach that standard. And if that pisses us off, hurts our feelings, make people mad, that doesn't matter. That what is good is what is God, so we move towards that.
Right, but isn't it possible? It is possible that you're insane, or that you've got delusions, just like your mom did, or that
It's beyond possible. It's beyond possible.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's,
It's
so that's,
likely.
that's what I'm saying. It's that possibility exists for all of us.
Well, and actually that makes the point. This is why we don't appeal to the self. We appeal to the entity that's outside of self, because we're all flawed individuals. So like the thing is, you said that you ground morality in logic and experience. But there's many situations where you can utilize people's logic is flawed, right? It can listen. Actually, if you can use logic to come to a logical conclusion that it's better to have people starve so I can have all the food. That would make a lot of sense. Like let's just starve people and keep people in poverty so I can have all the money, all the material goods, and that's a good logical conclusion.
People's logic is flawed. I agree. We've all seen somebody with bad logic.
So then you have to use a standard for morality. You would have to use a standard that's it would always be good or would always be bad. You get what I'm saying? For it to be objective.
That desire to set a standard is based on your logic, which could be flawed from the get-go, and also it exports. That doesn't make it so that the logical decision is not subject to people's failings. It just removes it so that it's on someone else's. The people who are giving you the Christian moral system were humans subject to flaws, just like we are.
Logic does not equate to morality.
Correct.
P. Dusty.
So how can you use real quick? So you just said correct. So then how you said that it doesn't equate to morality. So then how can you use that standard to justify where do you ground your objective morality? You just defeated your entire argument.
Well, we're using logic to discuss morality.
By what do you mean? You literally we asked you, where do you ground it in? I ground it in I ground it in logic. You ground your morality in logic, and you ground it in experience.
Correct.
We just demonstrated how you can use logic, right? Mm-hmm. But logic, you just answered the question, logic does not map onto what's good and what's bad. It does not. Right. Good and bad does not derive from logic.
So where does it derive from? And let me rephrase it. How do you know what is good and bad, or how are you determining this?
That's the question we're asking you. Okay. Where do you ground it in?
Then I'll tell you. I think morality has a purpose, and it's the purpose of morality is to facilitate a unified, functional
Waiting patiently.
Group. right? We're
Still,
social
I'm
animals.
still waiting patiently.
We maximize our chances of survival by working together instead of against each other. And moral behavior is the thing that allows people who are in the in-group, however you define that, to work cooperatively instead of combatively.
Let me test that for you if I can there, P. Dusty.
Oh, and right before you test that, Dane, remember that. Don't lose your train of thought, because I got some questions for him too. And a radical coder, you will engage right after Dane answers that. But let me get to some of the super chats. I got to just do some housekeeping real quick. Everybody that's tuning in, don't be a ninja watcher. Get the likes up for me now. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you already aren't. Click that bell icon. All right, just to get to some of these super chats real quick, and also if anyone that wants to donate to the channel, please donate to the channel by sending in a super chat, asking any questions that you want to ask. We got JB. Oh, JB is backstage. Okay, JB, I see you back here. You a member. Actually, let me bring you on up. JB, you a member, right? Is
Yes, sir.
JB the king?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I got you up here. I seen you. You just sent the message to me. You said, love everyone. This is the best panel. Appreciate you, man. We got Dane. Okay, let's see. Okay, we got past that. Rhythm City said, my guy, Dane cooking. This was earlier, though. I think that's when you were cooking Sage. We got Rhythm City again, Season 5. That's Cooley. Do you do panels similar to Anton Daniels, Lapeef, where you bring up more than 4 people? Yeah, man, we're doing this now. So Rhythm and City, if you want to come on up, click the link in the YouTube description or the link that's pinned in the comment, and I'll bring you on up. Okay, cool. So let's get ready to rumble, man. Let's get ready to rumble.
I'm ready, guys. I'm ready to rumble. I'm ready to bang with the best of them. I want to bang with the boys. Let's bang. Let's bang.
All right. So, Powder, Dane, you wanted to reply to Powder Dusty's statement, and then a radical coder, you're right up next. Go ahead.
Let me get P. Dusty there to repeat what he said, so I'll make sure I understand exactly what he's saying.
Which part? Oh, about the objective of morality?
Yeah.
Okay. We're all social animals. Humans are social animals, and our chances of survival work better if we work together instead of against each other. Now, moral behavior is that which allows the in-group, however you define it, to work harmoniously towards an objective in the external world. Immoral behavior is that which would harm that to where we have to look at in-group fighting instead of addressing external expansion for the group, right? So it's basically what's good for the group, what's bad for the group.
I'm with you. So if I'm understanding you correctly, if I could still man your position, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds to me like what you're saying is that the group itself decides what is moral and good, based on the benefit to the group itself.
Sort of. That's close enough. Yeah, that's close enough that I won't adjust anything.
Okay. What I was going to test you with here is that, like, prior to the 13th Amendment, the culture, the civilization, the society agreed that chattel slavery was a good and moral thing because it benefited the society. However, I'm assuming I'm extending a lot of benevolence, a lot of grace to you, that you would not agree with that. But in that situation, when chattel slavery was legal, it was accepted. Even slaves that escaped slave states and fled to non-slave states, society had laws in place that those slaves had to be returned to slavery. Now, if it's true what you say, that morality, ethics is derived just from our subjective minds of what's right and wrong, or the subjective mind of the collective, which is a logical fallacy because it's an appeal to the consensus, then I need you to explain to me why chattel slavery was immoral or unethical.
So to me, I believe that it's immoral or unethical because I consider, say, black people to be part of my in-group. I don't consider them outside of the in-group.
Hold up. Now, you said I consider, But a
Right.
moment ago, you
asked me
said that
about my morality.
morality and ethics was based
Yes.
on the consensus of
us
the group.
considering.
The we,
Right.
the we said. Now, I would have been amongst what you say that I consider. So I would have been on the Underground Railroad myself. And if I knew you better, I could give you stories from my life to support that. But you said that the consensus of the people, all reasonable men agree, which is a fallacy
I don't
also,
think you said that.
agrees to what's moral and ethical because it's all in your mind. And then you resort to the I think.
Nope.
Okay,
think he ever
if
used the word
that isn't
consensus.
real quick, if that isn't true, Powder Dusty, then please demonstrate how if we're straw manning the argument. If he's straw manning, demonstrate it.
So what? First of all, you asked me about why I would say that's immoral, and I told you why I would say that's immoral. So I was responding to the question that you gave me. But second of all, regarding the consensus, I didn't say consensus. What I mean is that I don't think everybody in the in-group has to even be conscious of their acknowledgement of that position. What I'm saying, though, is that, and the
Wait,
reason
what?
that slavery broke down is because people didn't feel like it was moral anymore. It actually started dividing the in-group. That's why you had abolitionists and people who were pro-slavery, right? That broke down the social structure. The existence of slavery did.
Yeah,
Can
that's
you
not
explain to me what
answering the question
consensus
though.
is? What is a consensus? Because a consensus is not everyone agrees. What's a consensus?
So I'm not talking about consensus. I didn't say consensus. I'm saying what is a behavior that allows an in-group to operate cooperatively towards the external world versus competitively internally. Slavery is a bad example because that forced internal conflict, right? Thus the abolitionist movement.
So here's what you're saying. The collective, as long as it doesn't cause internal conflict, then it is a moral good.
If the action taken, yes, sure, go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
we'll go
amongst the group of people, if the action taken does not cause conflict, then it is a moral good. And conflict would mean that based off the action taken, we agree to it. It would only cause conflict if we don't all agree to it. You got that, right?
No, you don't have to agree. So there's lots.
Do
of
we
things
have
that,
to agree to it, or do we not have to agree to
look,
it?
if I go start my car right now, that is not immoral action. It's not immoral either, right? It doesn't involve you. Not every action needs agreement. Not every action.
We know that. Destiny. I said Destiny. Powder Dusty. Dang, you sounded like Destiny right now. We know that, but what I'm saying, based off of what you're saying that, well, if humans,
Morality has a reason.
okay, for morality to be objective, here's your standard of proving it. I'm just going to still man the argument. It has to be wait, what? I'm sorry.
I don't think morality is objective.
I'm sorry. Once again, you think that morality is subjective. That's what you're proving. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
Sure.
This is how you're proving that morality is subjective. It depends on the mind. Got it. So since it depends on, since it's subjective, it depends on the mind. Since it depends on all of these minds, collectively, based off of the collective group, if we all agree on something and it doesn't cause any internal conflict, then whatever the action that is taken that we agree on is morally good. Do I have your argument? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Now, here's my question.
Okay.
What if we all collectively come together, we all agree on the action, it does not cause any internal conflict, but it causes negative and bad outcomes?
For
not for the internal people, but for other people. It would cause bad outcomes.
Right.
Bad outcomes maybe for the environment, bad outcomes, maybe for the economy, things like that.
Sure. So if the outcome is unintended, then I would not say that it's immoral. But if the outcome, let's use an example. Let's say the five of us agree that we're going to dump all of our pollution in the water, right? Instead of disposing of it properly. I think that would be immoral because all of us recognize, even if we deny it, right? We can deny what's right and wrong and choose to do the bad thing either way. That would still be immoral because we know that we're choosing to do something that causes harm, not just to our in group, but also at large. We know that it's wrong to do.
Okay. So, but it only causes harm then based off the collective where it's no internal conflict. The only way that it will be morally wrong if we know that it causes harm. But if we don't know that it doesn't cause any harm, then it's still morally good.
Yeah, I mean it's not morally bad, I would say.
Then it's not morally bad. Okay,
Right.
well let me just make this hypothetical. Hypothetically speaking, we think that it's better to put women in breeding camps because we need to increase the population. We are below replacement level. So it's better to put them in breeding camps and basically use women as sex slaves because it would produce better outcomes. It won't be any negative outcomes. It would be better outcomes because it would help out with the population. There's no internal conflict. Everyone agrees on that. Is that morally good to put women in sex camps?
No, because women are part of the in-group.
You are
Women disagree?
your entire argument. You just made it. You're not logically consistent.
Wouldn't the women disagree?
If I could weigh in here with some real life things.
Hold on, Santa. You're asking me a question.
Your damn mama.
That was kind of funny.
You're asking me a question about harming somebody that I believe is part of my in-group. Women are part of my in-group, right? So, by my
no. Listen. These women is in another country. They're not part of this nation. They're not part of your nation. They're not part of your in-group.
All women are part of his in-group because he's a woman.
So when you listen, Powder Dusty, when you speak about in-group, are you speaking about all humans?
And that well, maybe, but not necessarily, right? So that's where morality gets subjective and tricky because sometimes you're in group. Let me rephrase this. The amount of in-group loyalty that you have to a person depends on a lot of things, right? I owe my daughter a lot more support and love than I owe any of you fucks, for instance. So that's the situation.
Okay, so then the in-group would be the nation.
Depends on the scenario. This is the subjective part. When and what are we talking about?
We're speaking about real quick. Let me just finish this part, and then Powder Dusty. Radical Coder. We want to get him in, and then Dane, you go after. JB is after him. So real quick, I just made a clear scenario based off of your standard of a subjective morality, using your argument against you. I literally added everything you said in. Okay. It didn't produce any negative outcomes for the in group. It produced positive outcomes for the in group because it would increase your population. So under your worldview, if you're staying logically consistent, you would have to say that putting women from other nations, getting women from other nations and putting them in sex camps, birth camps, is a morally good thing. This is why your worldview is evil.
False. That's a mischaracterization.
That is false. That is right.
No, under my worldview, that would be wrong behavior because any society. Hold on.
You all agreed to it.
I'm not done yet. Any society that will just completely dismiss people's autonomy and rights and turn them into sex slaves is not one where we can internally trust each other. It's one where we constantly are looking over each other's back internally to make sure that we're not the next ones in the cages getting butt fucked. I guess it would be vagina.
Hey, coach, he's moving the goalpost. I can't score. I'm trying to get a bucket, coach, but he keeps moving a goalpost. Where did I move it to? Here's
coach, the goalpost. He's moving a
goalpost. He's adding in extra stuff, coach. What's going on?
I feel like that's what you were doing when you started adding in, like, they're from another country and stuff.
Holding women in cages to be sex slaves does not create more trust between people, does it?
Okay, real quick. Once again, by using your logic, you just said that if it doesn't cause any internal conflict in the in group, I asked you, is the in group all love? Listen, you're just saying that it will cause internal conflict, but if it is not of your nation, that's what I said. What do you consider the in group? Is it all humanity, all the humans on the planet, or is it? You explain it. Well, I would treat my daughter much differently than I treat you dorks on the stream. Okay, I agree. I got daughters too. I would definitely treat my daughter and my family much differently than I treat y'all. So when you're speaking about this in group, you're speaking about some social cohesion, right? Some unity, like a nation. So if it doesn't cause any conflict within this nation, you're not harming anyone within this nation, right? You're not harming anyone. It doesn't cause any conflict. And everyone agrees on this, and it produces better outcome. It doesn't produce negative outcome. It actually produces better outcome by increasing the population level. Now you're shaking your head, bro, because under your standard, everything that you said, I used it against you, and it mapped on that you would have to justify. I'm telling you, you basically justify locking women in sex camps, bro.
So hold
under
on.
your logic,
you're saying that that in your world, if we kidnap, say, all the women in Asia and put them in made them sex slaves, you think that would be better off for you?
No, that's what you believe.
No. I think that would be worse off for us, because I think that if we have systematic abuse of human rights, as we understand them, as I understand them, that will cause a whole lot more issues internally in America.
Okay,
even
got
if
it.
it's other countries' women.
Now what you're doing is,
let me finish. Even if it's other countries' women, it will be harmful internally to us, the ones doing the thing. Do you deny that?
The ones, okay, got it. So therefore, now you're adding in this. Listen, under your world. So listen, I'm going to make another hypothetical. We're going to add this in. Look, we got three things. Now you just added in the fourth thing. This question is, I don't believe in subjective morality, bro. I believe in objective morality. I don't appeal to the things that's in my mind to determine what is the good and the bad. I appeal to God, divine command, the thing that's outside of my mind. So you can't ask me a question that I'm asking you to do an internal critique, Powder Dusty.
Well, you did the math wrong. No
one did the math wrong, Powder Dusty.
That would be good for
You're
society.
moving things in now. So now we're going to add it together. And then Radical Coder, you're up next. Let's add it all in. And please, Powder Dusty, correct me when I'm wrong. Because I want to, we spoke about a lot. Well, I'm going to reiterate your standard for subjective morality and how you determine what's morally good and what's morally bad. And correct me, because I want to make sure everything is in there. So, okay. Sure. So one of the ways how you determine what's good and what's bad under your standard of subjective morality, collectively, people in the in group has to come together, and this would be people under your nation, right? Things that you have commonalities with, and there's some social cohesion there. If there's no internal conflict, so that's one thing, the group collectively. Two, there's no internal conflict. Three, it doesn't produce negative outcomes. It produces positive outcomes. And fourth, the last one you added, can you repeat that?
I didn't add a fourth one.
You just added the fourth one so I couldn't make my shot.
Not.
You
what
did.
I'm saying is
repeat
that
the fourth one.
I had a clear-cut standard. I had a clear-cut objective moral behavior.
You just said that. Listen, I'll repeat it.
You're going to repeat my moral position.
The fourth thing you said was how you moved the goalpost. You said, well, then this would cause harm. Harm was the fourth thing. You said it would cause harm to the people in the in group because it's not good to do that to women. That's basically what you said.
Let me explain this to you again.
Repeat the fourth one again.
I'm gonna go back to the very beginning.
No. Repeat the fourth. Powder Dusty, we ain't got that much time. I want to hear Radical Coder. Repeat the fourth one.
I do too. I'm dying to hear Radical Coder. You know, he's a young guy. He doesn't look completely stupid.
And then JB up next, right after Radical Coder. Repeat the fourth one again so I can insert it.
I can't repeat it.
Oh, man. Yo, chat, this guy's being disingenuous. Okay.
Do you want to hear the only standard that I ever had again?
You being real fugazi right now, man.
This ain't even argumentative. This ain't even argumentative.
Let me explain it.
This ain't even argumentative.
I had him in a triple threat. I
ain't trying to argue. Listen to me a minute.
There's one standard.
Shut up a minute.
Doesn't allow.
Hold up. Yo,
let me say something.
Fellas. Dane, real quick. Dane.
This is one of the funnest debate panels I've been on in a long time. I don't care that P. Dusty's stupid. I'm having fun. I think this is great. We need to keep it rolling.
Yeah, we gonna keep it rolling. Okay, Radical Coder, go ahead.
Damn, where do I even begin?
Good luck.
Pass me the ball back.
Begin with
Yeah,
the fourth one.
Here you go,
I
man.
mean,
You got the rock. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'll build a little bit off of. I think I mostly agree with what he was putting forward. I don't know. Maybe you guys can poke at this, but like I think morality is like an ongoing project, right? Like Dusty said that it comes from a combination of logic and experience, and like for example, like with the putting people in cages or slavery or any of these examples, like we can use our experience and logic to intuit that it would be from the perspective of the enslaved people or the encaged people that would be bad for them because we know we don't want to be in cages and we can imagine being in a cage and we'd be like, oh fuck this, let me out. And so we can
Okay.
by that shared experience.
Well, let's just use that. What about abortions? You wouldn't want to be aborted. Would you have wanted to be aborted?
Probably not, but also.
Okay, no, stop it right there. Don't stop
Louis,
it. Don't move the
understand.
goalposts. Don't
I'm not
move the
moving it.
goalposts.
I
We're
agree.
gonna use your
I
argument,
agree.
and I'm gonna
I
cook you.
agree.
This is the cook
I agree.
session. Answer that.
It's already
Would
done.
you
I
have
agree.
one? Would
I
you want
said
to be
yes 3
aborted?
times,
Would you want to be
dude.
aborted? Yes.
Why
Yes
are
or
you
no?
Screaming. I said no. Rather,
Okay,
said no
so
already.
so do you believe that women should have the right to abort their children?
Yes, I'll tell you why after you freak out.
This you are a contradiction, you dork. Under your own worldview, you just contradicted yourself.
By that logic,
Radical
Cooley wants to
coder,
give
you are
birth.
an idiot. I thought
Cooley
you were
wants to give
smarter.
birth. Cooley wants to be a mom
So-
under that logic.
So what I care more about than whether
Okay,
or not
go
I would
ahead.
want to be aborted, right? As I'm developing a moral system for how other people should be treated, I think it would be worse. I would also not want to be a woman, rather, who would be forced to carry a pregnancy to term against her will. I think that would also be bad. So I have to make a decision between each of these bad things, right? So
Who
would I
would want to
rather
be a woman
the
at
aborted
all?
baby or the woman being forced to carry that
apparently.
pregnancy to term? I can't even imagine what it would be like to be that aborted baby, but it's very easy for me to imagine what it would be like to be that woman being forced to carry to term because that's happening in real time right now in like Texas and several other states. So
Yo,
Force
you
is
said
a
a bunch
smuggle.
of you said words, but it
want me
did
to-
not
do you want me to, like,
negate.
repeat it for you?
Listen, no, you said words, but it did not negate the fact that you contradicted yourself. And guess what? I will repeat it. I will repeat it and prove to you how you contradicted your entire worldview. You came
Preach
up
it,
here.
Brother Cooley.
You came up here and you said that the reason why, because you're trying to prove Powder Dusty's argument, well, the reason why, we wouldn't enslave these women is because we wouldn't want to, if we would know if we were in their position, we wouldn't want to experience that. We wouldn't want to experience that if we was in their position.
Can I
This
correct
is
something? You
you.
already
Let's
got it
stop it. This is you
Okay, never
trying to justify Powder Dusty's argument for subjective morality and how you determine what's good and what's bad. That's the argument that you're making right now, and this is what you said.
Why don't
I
I-
just
why don't
used
you let me tell
I
you what
just
the argument
used your
I'm making instead
argument
of-
He
against
wasn't
you,
letting me
and I said that. Listen, stop. It's talking. I said that. Okay, if that's the case, if you're saying that, well, yeah, one of the reasons why Powder Dusty argument is right because we actually, this collective group, we actually wouldn't do that, and we would know that that's wrong because if we were in their shoes, we wouldn't want to experience that. So we know that it's wrong if we were in their shoes. I asked you a question: is abortion? Would you have want to be aborted? You said that no, I wouldn't want to be aborted. Okay, so but then you are still for women having the choice to abort their children. What if you were that in that person's shoes, that baby's shoes? It's a contradiction. If you were in that child's shoes that woman is about to abort, you said that would be a bad thing because if you're in their
think we
shoes.
all understand
But
what
now
you're saying,
all of
Cooley. You're just
listen,
repeating it
now
now.
all of a sudden, I'm repeating it because you're trying to
Repeat it
move
5
the
times. We all
goalposts.
understand. You just let me explain.
You're trying to move the goalpost, but I'm scoring out here.
Shit, you're just not listening. Like,
You're
let me
just
talk.
dancing in the
No,
end zone.
I'm listening.
Okay, you haven't been, right? So
I've-
I never
I-
actually
I
said.
think
so
I have.
Okay, so I never actually added the part where I was like, so therefore it's wrong, right? All I talked about was that we can't imagine that we wouldn't want to be in those shoes, right? That's all I said, right?
But once again, this is how you justify why women in sex camps to increase the population would be
I didn't
morally
justify anything.
bad.
All I said that like what we can do. I just described a thing that's true, which is that we can imagine what it would be like to be in the situation, and we think it would be bad. I think we all agree with that. And I also agree that it would be bad to be aborted, right? So those are just
Okay,
two true
so
things.
even by
So
saying
do you
that-
acknowledge-
so
Cooley,
look-
hang on. Do you
Go ahead.
acknowledge that sometimes two things that are both bad have to have conflict with each other, and we have to decide between one of two bad things?
Give me an example.
like
Abortion.
being like whether or not somebody's aborted, right? The value
No,
of the child.
because for me it's all the same. Like, so I'll give you an example, right?
Okay, wait.
So,
do you acknowledge that like not everyone agrees with you on that?
oh yeah, people don't agree with me, but
Okay,
under
the
your
right to-
logic,
the
how
right to
you
own
just
guns
explained, you
and the right to
actually
not get
agree with
shot.
me.
The
So
right to
listen,
own
under
guns and the right to not get shot. Sometimes
radical
people get shot by
coder,
accident,
under
right?
your logic, you would actually agree with me. Unmute yourself. I think you're muting yourself right now. You did it. I seen it came up, but you're unmuted. You're good now.
Yeah.
Under your logic, you would actually agree with me that abortion is bad. But then you change your morality based off of based off how you feel, right? So you wouldn't want to be in the position of being aborted. This is why when I asked you, I said, well, would you like it if your mother aborted you? No. Okay. So why would you like it if another mother aborted someone else?
So can I answer that?
Under my morality and Christian ethics, it's always wrong. Aborting children is wrong.
You're choosing not to understand the situation he's explaining.
No, I'm not choosing not to understand it. He's just not explaining it good enough. Or
Well, you're not
I
giving-
think he's
you're
trying to
not
move the
letting me talk
goalposts.
very much, right? You're
Go
going
ahead.
on for like
Talk.
5 minutes after every time I say a sentence, right? So I'm saying that yes, I would not want to be a baby growing inside someone's tummy who then is aborted. I wouldn't want to be that. I also wouldn't want to be a woman who is forced by the state to stay pregnant for 9 months against her will. So these are two things that are in conflict with each other. So I have to imagine, okay, which one do I think is a worse thing overall? So I'm not saying that just empathy is the end all be all of morality. I never said that, right? It's not the only thing, right? But I did mention that part of determining this stuff is imagining those experiences. And both of those
What do you think,
experiences
Dane, as
sound
somebody
terrible.
who survived abortion?
So I'm just saying it's a.
let
I'm
me
just
answer
saying there's
this
a moral
question.
conundrum here that we have to engage.
Okay,
with,
no,
and
no.
you're
No,
not
no.
engaging with it. You're just saying no, it's always wrong.
No, actually, now you've added, listen, he just said this at the end, so guess what? I'm about to dunk on him. We're going to go ahead and put this up in there. Okay, so now your claim is this, right? So, well, you're really not making a full argument. That was kind of like a statement, and your statement is saying, dang, man, he don't want the cook session.
I don't know. Maybe he had to pee like I did a minute ago when I turned
Yeah,
my camera off.
dang, he
My
ain't
eyeballs
want
was
the-
floating out of my head.
I'm right. I was listening. I literally pointed my ears. I said I was listening. I was just letting my dog.
He just had to do a line off the desk.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. So, all right. So basically, you saying that. So you believe that abortion, women should have rights to abort their children, and you believe that that's a good thing. Basically, abortion is morally good.
I think the right to. I think it's good for it to be legal. I don't know.
Okay, so
I'm
it's
not
good
saying-
for
hang on,
women
sorry,
to have
sorry,
that
sorry. No, let me,
choice.
Can I please? Let
Okay,
me,
go ahead.
Like fully answer the question, right? I don't think it's good that people are in a situation, right, where they have to decide whether to get an abortion or not. I think it's a tragic thing that people have to make that decision. However,
Okay.
I think it is a worse world for the state to prevent people from accessing abortion than it is for the state to allow people to have an abortion.
Okay. When it comes to abortion, I only have one, measurement that I would add in there that I would say that I think that women should have that choice. So if it's the case where, because you added in one factor of the child, and then you added in another factor of, well, the mother, like, the state shouldn't force the mother. You missed a factor because you are a feminine male. It takes two to have a baby. You left out the father. You left out
I
the
didn't- I
father.
didn't leave them
No,
out. I was
stop.
talking-
Don't try to add it in there now. Stop
not-
it and let me cook.
I'm not trying to add it in.
Stop it and let
The
me
the dad does
dunk.
not- you don't have a
Stop
womb,
moving
dog.
the
Do you- wait,
goalposts.
cool. Do you agree men and
Let
women are
me
different?
dunk.
Do you agree
Stop
men and women
moving
are
the
different?
goalposts.
Do you agree men and women are
Stop
different?
moving the goalposts.
Do you agree men and women are
Listen,
different?
I've been
If
streaming
you've
for
ever-
3
if you've
hours.
ever been
Y'all
around
better
me-
stop
Me
moving
too.
this goalpost and let me dunk. Let me cook
agree
right
men and
now.
women are different.
I'll let you speak after.
Bring it down the middle, Cooley. I'm waiting on you.
I'll let you speak after. The thing is, right? You're using these, standards to measure what's good and what's bad. You leave out the father. It's very ironic that you leave out the father. The father doesn't have the say. How does the father feel? It takes two to make a baby. Now, what I was saying, if it's the case that the mother's life is in jeopardy, well, then I would say that, well, that's one there where I would give the choice to the woman because her life is in jeopardy. right?
Oh, so
I
you
would
wouldn't
allow
give
the
the
woman
dad-
to have that choice.
you wouldn't
But
give the
if
dad
there's
choice
any,
about
listen,
the
listen,
child? His
listen,
child?
listen. If
You
there's,
think
listen,
it's a
if
choice
there's,
between
listen,
wife and
listen, stop
child?
it, stop
That's
it.
a very
Listen, if
feminine
there's,
man thing to do.
listen. No, not at all, not at all, because it's the woman's. I think that women have. You know what? The difference between me and you is because I believe in Christian ethics. I believe that men and women both have equal agency, right? But
That's not a
from what
Christian
you
view.
just
Sound
from
like
what from what you just said, you don't believe that, right? So here's what I'm saying.
Men don't have wombs.
So listen,
Cooley, do you know
stop
do you
it, stop
understand?
it.
Wait, please.
here's
Do you
here's
understand
what
men
I'm
don't have wombs?
here's what I'm saying.
Do you
Now
think
you're
men
just
have
still
wombs, Cooley?
speaking. Okay.
I want you to answer this
Radical
question. Do you
Coder,
think
go
men
ahead
have
and
wombs?
Radical Coder. Let me go ahead and answer the question, and then you can ask some weird question that you were just asking to move the
Do men
goalposts
have
again.
wombs?
Stop it there. So once again, you forgot about the
can't answer this
father
question, guys.
and this entire. I'll go ahead and answer it after I finish my statement. But you can't ask a question while I'm trying to answer the first one. It's like, okay, I'm answering this question, but throw in 50 other questions
Look at
there.
this motherfucker right here.
This
you've been
guy
doing
is
that
retarded.
You've been doing
Calm
that same
down,
shit to
man.
me, so I don't know. I don't know what to
No,
tell
I
you.
haven't. No, I haven't.
Literally, yeah. You asked me
Let
a
me
question, I
finish. Let
started
me land
answering,
my-
and you're like, no, I'm not done. Like, yeah, it's
All
like
right,
3
cool.
times.
Let me go ahead and land my plane, man. So the factor that you missed in there, I would say that, well, if it's the case for abortion, you believe that it's morally right for women to have abortions. You would think that it's good because it gives them choice. If you take away the choice of the woman, then, well, therefore women would be oppressed. But you're also saying, well, I wouldn't want to be in the same shoes as the baby. So therefore, it's like, well, the baby is looking at the value of life. The value of life versus the baby versus the mother. Well, I think that, well, the mother should make that determination. So therefore, if she's in a situation to have an abortion and she wants to have an abortion, she should have the ability to choose it. And that is good. That's your standard. You left out the father. The reason why that's nonsensical is because it takes 2 to make a baby. So are you telling me that that woman, right? That woman has more authority over that father's child? That's what you're telling me?
When it's growing in her womb, yes. Like, do you think men have wombs?
So once again,
You're not gonna
are
answer
you
that
telling me men don't have
we just
men?
can't tell
Men
whether
do
or
not
not
have
Cooley thinks men
wombs.
have wombs.
No, listen.
Oh, finally,
Men do not
finally.
have. Stop.
Oh,
it.
thank God. So they can't grow babies inside
Do
them.
I believe
so we
that?
don't have- so
that's
that's
a
not
stupid
relevant to the
question.
question that's being
Okay,
asked
so
right now, right?
get to the point then. Get to the point.
Yeah. So what I'm
Okay,
talking
are
about
you saying
is
that the
compelling-
father?
Well, you
It
just
takes
get
2
the
to.
point.
Does
Now
it
you're
take
asking
2 to
another
make a
question?
baby? No,
Go
stop
ahead.
it. Does it take 2 to
Go
make a
ahead.
baby? Yes or no?
Yes, I believe so. Based on my
Okay, so
understanding.
therefore the woman wouldn't have a baby in her stomach if it wasn't for the man. Is that true?
Yes, relevance.
Okay, got it. So therefore, you're leaving out the father in the entire scenario when it comes to who should have authority over who is born in America.
No, he doesn't have
So
to have sex
listen,
with her.
so listen. Under your logic, you fully left the father out, and the reason why you
I'm
said
not.
that abortion is good. Listen. Under your
never said
worldview, you
abortion's
left the
good, by
father.
the way. That was- you
Stop
made
it.
that up. That was
You
your
said
feeling.
that abortion. You said that is good because women have the choice.
I said it's good
just
for
the
it to be
fact that
legal.
they have the choice. Just the fact that they have the choice to an abortion is good because with removing that choice, it will basically be oppressive to the woman. Is that true or not true?
Yes, that is true.
Okay, you left out the father. Is it not oppressive to the man with leaving him out? He shouldn't have any say or any authority.
I mean, the father has plenty of say. Like, once the kid's
they-
born, outside,
what's the kid born?
Why are you doing that?
It takes 2 to make a baby.
Okay, so why do you ask me a question and then I start to answer it? Like if I
Because
like,
you
if I-
couldn't answer. You started stuttering. Go
pause for a
ahead.
second,
You don't
wait,
think that the
like,
father
why-
has
why-
any?
why- like,
if
do you
it
think
takes
it makes
2
your
to
point
make a
stronger if you,
baby,
like,
the
stop me
father
if I
has
stutter
no
or something?
authority
Like,
or
you realize
any
it doesn't make your
decision
argument
making, and
stronger.
if that
Like, you're not
baby is
actually
born.
engaging with what I'm saying.
No, I am
So,
engaging in what you're saying.
literally not,
Real
though. You
quick,
keep,
my
like,
question is
strong-manning
very
me all
simple.
night.
My question is very simple. Should the father have any authority? Since it takes 2, we're starting with the cause of something. It takes 2 to have the baby in the womb. You left out the father. Now my question is, well, should the father have any say so? And if children are born?
Not legally, no.
Yeah, you're a beta. So that's all we was going with there, and therefore,
I don't care if you think I'm a
women,
beta, like, that's meaningless to me. That's
listen,
not an argument,
therefore, women gets to determine who is born
Who grows
in
in her
America
womb. Yes,
based
exactly. Yeah,
yeah,
thank
because
you.
you
You finally got over
because
the
you
stretch. Wow.
think that listen, you think that when women have choice is good, void of a man. You think that when women have choice, void of the man, when it takes two to have a baby and it's a seed involved, well, that's good. That's good.
So
how is that good, bro? How is that good?
Are you going to let me answer? Okay.
Yeah, you can answer. Go ahead.
What is good, right, is it is better for women to have the choice to not carry someone in their womb than be forced to carry that thing in their womb, that person in their womb. I don't care. I'll call it a baby. I don't care.
Okay, got it. I'll answer your question. So I'm just doing an internal critique. I don't think you're understanding, but I'm going to explain.
I got stop. I didn't just ask a question. What question?
Okay. Yeah. Listen, I was doing an internal critique the entire time by using your logic for you to determine that it is morally good for women to have abortions. You said, well, I wouldn't want to be, I wouldn't want to be aborted. So, that is, it makes it a hard moral decision. But I do think that women, if they don't have the choice to abort their children, then that will be oppressive. So you're giving more value to the woman than to the baby. Is that true? Women are more valuable to the baby that they're having. That's the logical entailment to your argument.
Yes,
okay, got it. That's what you're saying. So therefore, I'm just asking you another question since you left out the father, right? It takes two to make a baby, but you totally left out the father. You said that he should have no. So listen, it's morally good for women to have babies void of a man, void of men having no authority. That's the logical entailment to your argument.
Well, what I'm saying is whether or not the woman continues to grow that baby in her womb, I don't think the man should have a legal say in whether or not they decided to make that choice. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but once again, this had all the value goes to the woman. The baby has no value. The father has no value within making this moral decision.
Those are your intuitions from what I'm saying.
No. It's not that. That's what you said without saying it because you totally left out the man. But JB, you wanted to ask a question on this, right? I've seen your hand up many times.
Completely straw manning me, right? Like what I said.
I wasn't straw manning you. That's exactly what you said.
Why don't you say my case then? If you think that if you're not straw manning me,
okay, then continue to say your case. Go ahead.
Right. So what I actually said, literally like 5 times actually, is that the baby does have value. And I said I wouldn't want to be that baby that's aborted. However, I also wouldn't want to be a woman who's forced to carry to term against her will.
But what about, you never said that you wouldn't want to be a man that a woman aborted his child. You just fully left out the man.
I mean, yeah, sure. I also probably wouldn't want to be that guy.
Sure. So basically, under your worldview, women have more value than men. And more authority under your worldview. You have to concede to that. That's what your logic entails.
Because what you're doing is a universal claim now. You're saying women have more value than men, and necessarily by what I'm saying. That's not true.
Under your logic, it does.
Stop. No, it doesn't. No, it actually
doesn't. Under your logic in this situation, it does.
In the specific context of whether or not she should have the authority to decide who grows in her womb, she does have more value in that specific moral question.
Okay, got it.
That doesn't mean that applies to all moral questions. You understand that?
Okay, watch. Okay, listen to this. Only women can bring the baby to term.
No shit.
So if women have all the value to bringing babies to term, then that means that women, for the entire population, has more value. They're more valuable than men. This is what you are saying. That's the logical entailment to your argument because only women can have babies. You did not include the man at all within you making this moral argument, which means that once again, you think that women are the most valuable. Women are more valuable than men, and they're more valuable than babies. Basically, you probably believe that women is God. I wouldn't be surprised. But anyways,
I don't even know what that shit means.
JB, so go ahead and get to your.
Okay, cool.
So my question.
I mean, that part was obviously a joke. It was a statement, a joke.
JB,
don't get your panties in a bunch. JB, go ahead.
JB been waiting for hours, man. But JB over here, that dude's got the patience of Job. JB does. He hung in here. He ain't give no bad facial expressions. He ain't flipped no middle fingers in the camera. That dude's got the patience of Job. Roll with it, JB.
And when you grow up with younger siblings, they teach you to have patience. But my question is for you, Radical. You said that the man should not have a right in the abortions, but what if he wanted the baby? How does he not have a right if he wants to take care of that baby and wants to raise the baby? If the mother doesn't want anything to do with the baby, the father should be able to take the baby, correct?
If she decides to carry it to term and then doesn't want to take care of it, yeah, he has some parental authority there, of course.
But I'm speaking of prior to the baby being born. If she doesn't want to carry the term, and the father is saying, "I want to take care of the baby. Don't abort my son or daughter because I want the kid. You don't have to be the mother, but I want my kid." So he should not have a legal right in that at all.
Correct. Yes, he should not be able to use the state to force her to stay pregnant against her will. Yes, 100%.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. But
What doesn't make sense about it?
because if he wants the child, he's willing to take care of the child. He's willing to raise the child to be the best they can be. He's willing to be for the child, willing to have the child be a pillar of the community, and he give that child life. Let that child live. Why is it just okay for the mom to be like, no, I'm killing the baby?
So for him to make that decision, what it would require is for him to use her body against her will to carry that child to term. You agree with that, right?
But I don't, because they both agreed to lay in bed and create this baby.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But also, I don't view consent to sex as consent to carry a pregnancy for 9 months. So,
And this is where we disagree. Christians don't get all the glory for being against abortion. By the way, that's something that's external of Christianity.
Sure, but
Thank you,
regardless,
Dusty.
like
Thank you,
JB,
Dusty. I know there's some of you hellbound sinners. I mean, a broken clock's right twice a day, so I appreciate that. I mean,
And congratulations on surviving your abortion, Dane.
Shut the hell up. So
We're all proud of you.
That woman, I don't know who we are, but I'm glad that you are proud of me. At least somebody besides my wife is. So when that woman lays down, she knows what biology is and how it works. She lays down, she knows the consequences. So I do appreciate that, even though Radical Coder over here seems to be pretty stupid. Go ahead, Radical Coder.
Okay, real quick, we got DMV sends in a $5 super chat, says, "Why didn't you tell us Fresh and Fit was on the show at the bottom right box?"
Oh, you're
They
funny.
talking about JB. They talking about you, JB.
Yeah.
Said you look like Fresh.
I look 20 times. I look 20 times better than Fresh, but thank you.
All right. So who had? I think it's JB. You had a question or something?
Yeah. No. Dan was going.
well, I think Dane was right. So what I was going to ask JB was specifically, you acknowledge that like to grant like what you're suggesting should be the case, like the man would have to have the authority to force that woman to carry that pregnancy against her will, right? Even if she decides, like, I don't want to have this I don't want to carry this pregnancy, say like 3 months in, and she's like, I don't want to be pregnant for the next 6 months. Like, he has to be able to force her to stay pregnant for the next 6 months against her will for to enact your worldview, right?
I wouldn't say force, but at least like have a conversation and convince her to, hey, don't kill my son, don't kill my daughter. I'll take care of them. You don't have to.
So when you use the word convince, there,
some people back
you're
here.
implying that she has she has the choice at the end of the day still. But you're saying that if legally he has a say in this, if he gets to decide, then he has to be able to assert some authority there. He has to be able to assert that she has to carry that baby to term, right? It's not about convincing. If there's legal authority here for him, he has to be able to use the state to stop her from seeking an abortion. There's no convincing necessary, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, the same way it's enforced, meaning that like if it's enforced for people for the woman to have the abortion, like it's legally right, that will be enforced too, because it will be physically stopping other people from stopping her from having the abortion. So it's the same type of force works both ways. In order to give rights, it takes force. In order to take rights, it takes force. So either way, so under your worldview, though, you're just, you like, all right, well, women are basically more valuable than men. They determine all of the children that's going to be born. But that's what your logic entails to, because you fully left out the father with you trying to demonstrate what's morally right and what's morally good. Well, where's the father in this picture?
Can I ask you this?
When I say that the woman's more valuable in this context, I'm specifically saying her autonomy and her decision is more valuable when we're making the decision about whether or not she should have access to an abortion. That's all I'm saying.
But
you're extending it to
can
others.
you?
Why would it be more valuable to the father? Why would it be more valuable to the woman if the father is still in the picture of making
It's
that baby?
his seed. It's his seed that makes the
Exactly.
baby grow. It's like put it like this, Powder Dusty. It's like, okay, so I put a seed in the ground, right? And then you're like, well, that seed isn't valuable unless the plant grows. Well, the plant wouldn't grow without the dang seed. So how are you determining which is more valuable there?
I think, were you asking me or just using me as an example?
We just using you. We just using you, man. Like a little punk.
But real quick, let's refresh and let's get some other people to engage. So since we refreshing, let's go ahead and do this real quick.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right, so we got Div, right?
Yep.
And then we got Modded. You want to go ahead and let's go with Div first. Go ahead and ask a question to the panel, and then Modded you right after.
I was gonna ask Radical. So the priority of the rights of the childbearing is to the woman, according to you, right? Whether she could decide to abort it, and that would be fine, right? Would that be moral to you? Okay, so
yeah, essentially, yeah, sure.
All right, so would it also be moral if the father of the child decides he doesn't want to be financially responsible for this kid and abandons the child, assuming the woman does not want to abort?
Good question.
Yeah, it is an interesting question. On just a moral level, like if we removed out, like, so what I care about is that the kid, like a child in America, like I live in America, so like I want children in America to have access to, food, shelter, school stuff, like healthcare, all this stuff, and I don't care whether it comes from the mom, dad, or the state. Like I like welfare programs and stuff, right?
Okay, but real quick, let me finish. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So I'm just saying that, like, as it exists right now, where we have relatively weak welfare programs and stuff, I think that I'm okay with like child support and stuff like this, which goes both ways, right? Like I think 1 in 5 child support providers is the mother, so it's pretty common both ways. But like I just care about the child getting the resources it needs. But in a world where we had a reasonable welfare state, or like some way to make sure these kids were taken care of, even if the father didn't want to be part of it, I wouldn't care if he wanted to do like this financial abortion, as a lot of people will frame it. But yeah.
Okay, so then if it's the case that you're worried about the baby's like when a baby is born, you're worried about the well-being of the baby. Why aren't you worried about the well-being of the baby in the womb?
So I am. I just what I value more than that, right? So this you're confused because you said like 5 times. You keep trying to represent me as if I have no value for the child growing in the womb, but I've never said that. That's always been you strawmanning me, right?
No, I never said that you didn't have any value. I said that the woman has more value. When we walk through this, you've demonstrated that you wouldn't want to be aborted. So that means that you do know that there is some value there within the baby. But the question that I'm asking you is now, when the baby is outside the womb, you are considerate of the baby's well-being. You want the baby to be taken care of, have food and shelter and things like that. Mm-hmm. That makes sense to me. What doesn't make sense is, why don't you care about the baby in the womb?
Yeah, and I keep telling you I do care about it, but I just value it less.
Okay, so you value the baby in the womb less than the baby outside the womb, but it's the same.
It's not, because so the issue is that there's separate rights that become in conflict while it's in the womb, right? The woman's right to
What is that?
decide.
What is that?
The
If I
mother
could
is
interject-
listen. The mother
woman-
is
the woman
responsible.
So when the child's growing in a womb, there is a person that it's dependent on, right?
Is the when the baby is outside the womb, is the baby not dependent on the mother?
Not necessarily. She can put it up for adoption at that point.
But then
Oh,
she's
so then it's still
dependent on
dependent.
somebody else.
It's still dependent on someone.
Yeah, and that's why I want robust state systems to make sure we can take care of these kids. If
So
people
you want us to take care of the baby and not the
yeah,
mother?
taxpayer. Sorry, buddy. Yep.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
sure.
so question.
let me ask you this.
Oh.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this if I can. Am I still manning your argument correctly to say as long as that baby is in the womb that the mother has complete bodily autonomy and she can pretty much do what she wants up to and including death?
I don't know if I'd say that exactly.
What would you include? I mean, you support
What I would
abortion.
say is-
Her,
what I would say is that she has the right to seek out an abortion.
okay, so including
yeah,
death,
yeah.
including
What?
death,
Yeah,
including
but
death.
like the reason I push back against your framing there is because like I feel like you're maybe about to ask, and maybe this is what you're going towards, is it like, oh, so you'd be okay with women like like drinking a shit ton of alcohol or something while they're pregnant? But I think the issue is there that she intends to.
Hey, listen, man, don't try to predict the argument to move the
Correct.
goalposts. Answer the question.
Well, I feel like I just correctly predicted it, like whether or
Okay,
not.
well, let me ask you
like
this.
That
Let me
wasn't
ask you
corrected
this.
it, my
Let me
guy.
ask you this. While you're trying to stack your bets here to try to defend your defenseless worldview, would you agree that death is the worst condition of a human being, that death is worse than life?
that death is worse than life. Yes, death is worse than life. I think, yeah, for most people.
Death is worse than life. So the worst thing that a mother could do to her child is to kill it.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say that exactly. I mean, like, there's probably.
But you
like,
just said
like,
that
she
death
could
was
she could probably,
worse than
She could like
life.
torture it. She could probably torture it every day for like 100 years or whatever. Like, I mean, in
But
theory,
the
like,
child would
we can
be
imagine
able to
worse fates
live.
than just dying.
The
right?
child would be able to live, and maybe CPS or someone would eventually rescue the child, and the child continue to live, like Jordan Turpin and all of her siblings who were tortured and abused.
Yeah.
You can look her up on the internet. But life, being alive, would be better than death. Is that what you believe?
I don't know that I'd agree with that in all cases. No.
Wait,
Why
now
not?
you're moving back. Why not
So
in
you
all
think
cases?
that-
But
that
wait,
living
so
is
I didn't
worse
move
than
anything.
dying?
What I said was right. That death is worse than life, and then you said, okay, well, is it the worst thing? I'm like, well, no. Like, I can imagine ways of being. So I guess like, yeah, maybe I am walking it back a little bit. I can imagine like things that are like so miserable that I would rather be dead. Yeah, absolutely.
You're walking about it back a lot. And
I don't
that's
think I'm walking
called
back
a
that much, I think
cognitive dissonance. That's called an inconsistency in your worldview.
Can't
What
score,
i-
coach.
What
I think I was
is
just
the
granting
worst
you. I was like,
condition for
sure,
a
and
human
then-
being?
and then we
Excuse me.
Yeah, I was
Maybe
just
we
saying
could
sure to
talk
you, and
one
then
at
we
a
brought up an
time.
example
Can we
of
talk
where
one
maybe
at
I
a
wouldn't agree
time?
with that.
Can we
Sure.
talk one at a time?
I don't know if we
Okay.
can. We'll see though.
Okay. Is death worse than life or not?
In most cases, probably, yeah.
What cases would being dead with no hope of any improvement, when would that be worse than living?
If someone's like torturing you every day for the rest of your life, like, what's up, Ben?
Have
If
you
someone's
ever
just
read
torturing you
anything
indefinitely, I think that'd be
historically?
worse.
Have you ever read anything historically? For instance, the World War II Holocaust stories
Mm-hmm.
of these Jews who lived in concentration camps being horribly
Victor
tormented, and then they lived and they moved on with life, and they got married and they had children, and they lived
Yeah,
a
thank-
full
thank God
life
they were able to
after
get
that
out, yeah.
situation.
Yeah, if they weren't able to get out, then I might-
Excuse
they
me,
might feel different,
excuse me.
yeah.
I'll be glad to
Oh,
let
I'm
you
sorry,
talk
you
in a
asked me a
minute if you
question, so I was
shut your
trying to fucking
mouth.
answer it.
If you shut your mouth and stop
Sorry
sparking out
for
like a
talking when you
woman,
asked me a
One mic
question.
at a
dumbass.
time,
we can have some
fellas.
decorum.
One mic
We can
at a
have some
time.
decorum.
Radical Coder, just let Dan land his plane. Dane, hurry
Go
up
ahead,
with
ask
the
more
question,
questions.
though.
Okay, cool. So in situations like Corey Ten Boom and people like that, when they lived through horrible, torturous circumstances, and then they were liberated, free, their life improved. Jordan Turpin is another one. You can look up the story of her and her siblings and such. And then they were rescued and they lived a life after that, a decent life after that. When is death better than life?
So one example of death being better than life is if you have some horrible disease that's like essentially killing you, and you might decide to pull the plug early, right? That would be one example.
How so?
because that would be a person who's saying, hey, I don't want to go through the rest of this torturous existence where I'm going to die at some point in the near future anyway. So I'd rather just end it.
So that would be an individual.
Hear this? What?
Okay, so I'm sorry I was interrupting you there. I'm trying to have some decorum with
I'm
you.
used to it.
So that would be an individual exercising their agency to decide. For instance, I know an old guy that came down with Alzheimer's. He went and bought a pistol at the gun shot. He ended it before his kids had to take care of him. So you're saying that would be an example of someone with agency who exercised their decision to end their life. That would be better than life. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, it sounds like they are deciding it would be. I don't know if it's not how I would want it like formalized in law. I think it would be more complex than that. But sure, yeah. In general.
I'm not asking you about law. I'm asking you about the machine language, the philosophical situation of when would death be better than life. Okay. But aside from a situation where an adult, this was like a almost 80-year-old man in the story that I just mentioned. Aside from that, when would death be better than life?
I can't think of very many examples.
Okay, so generally speaking, life is better than death.
Yeah, which is what I said like initially.
This is the slowest build to a stupid point, Dane, ever.
Yeah.
Didn't nobody ask you, P. Dusty? Know your role, shut your mouth. Okay.
Suck it, abortion survivor.
yeah, whatever. So if life is better than death, then that woman who is pregnant and she has that life inside of her, would you agree that allowing that baby to live would be better than killing that baby?
Generally, yes.
Okay. But you believe that she has, as part of her human rights, the right to decide whether or not to kill that baby?
Yes.
Okay. So if she decided to let that baby live, but she were to take some sort of a medication to make that child blind and deaf for the rest of its life while it was in vitro, so that she would get attention, for instance, one reason.
No,
so she would get attention. Excuse me, I'm talking. So she would get attention as the mother taking care of a handicapped child. Would there be anything immoral about that with the child living?
Yes, I would consider that immoral. Yes.
How could you objectively defend your position that was immoral when she allowed the child to live?
Well, so the difference is that she's going to take this child to term, right? So she's going. You acknowledge that that's the situation you're describing. She's taking this child to term, gonna go through the full pregnancy, and then she's setting it up. She's blinding this child that she plans on taking. She ends on birthing. Yeah, that's bad. I think that's bad.
There's something in the background that's distracting from what you were saying. The last few words I didn't get. What was that?
It's bad. It's bad to do that.
Why? Why? She's giving life. She's allowing that child to live, which you agreed is better than death. But the child lives. It is blind and is deaf and whatever other handicaps that child is born with. But that's better than killing the child. How does that work?
Is it better? That's better than killing? What's better? What are you saying?
So what he's comparing is, look, I'll just explain for you, man. What he's comparing is, once again, basically you said that, like suffering. What's the word you used? You said that, well, like if torture. Basically, you said that, well, I can think of certain things that's actually worse than death. Torture would be worse than death. So he's comparing now a scenario where there's torture and there's death, but you're still choosing death over torture. But then you said that torture is worse than death. So why aren't you choosing the worst thing?
Wait, so I'm not choosing between torture or death. Just gave me a hypothetical where a woman is deciding to carry a pregnancy to term, and she's also going to do this thing where she blinds it. And I'm saying,
but doesn't kill it. It doesn't kill it. You're right.
But doesn't kill it.
But I also would still, and there's no contradiction here.
This is torture.
I'm sorry. I thought I was talking still. There's no
torture,
contradiction
bro.
here. There's no contradiction here between saying that therefore like the state should still not be allowed to force her to stay pregnant. Like, there's no contradiction.
How did we get to morality to abortion, anyways? We were talking about morality generally in Christianity.
Yeah. Real quick. Actually, Dane, real quick. Let me just expound on this real quick, because Dane, it took him a while to get there.
A long time.
Slow, man.
But listen. Let me just say it quickly. He got there, and it was a contradiction within your worldview. So once again, he asked you specific question. Let me demonstrate it real quick, and let me prove it to you how it is. He asked you specific questions. He said that, what's worse, life or death? You said that, of course, death will be worse than life. I think that, I value life more than death. And then he went to the question about abortion, and then you still was like, no, I still want the women to have that choice. But then you walked it back. Remember, you started walking it back. You was like, well, wait. I think that actually there is something that's worse than death. And you were like, you said that torture would actually be worse than death, because if I'm being tortured so bad, I'll probably choose to just die. I'll probably choose death.
Hearing this argument.
Then he gave you a perfect example where the mother has a choice to abort the baby or to keep the baby, but the mother chooses to torture the baby within the womb. Where if the baby is born, it's gonna come out to be deaf, dumb, and blind. That's how the baby is gonna come out, right? So if the baby came out, that would be torture. But you said that you chose death over torture this time, because you said that, I still think that the mother should have the right and the choice to abort the baby, and that would be good. That would be morally good, rather than her choosing to keep the baby.
Wait, so are we talking about whether or not she should abort the child that's deaf, dumb, and blind?
Man,
I don't understand.
Yes,
like,
man.
guys,
yes. How many times? He said it slow. I said it
okay.
fast, and you still don't get it.
Okay, yeah.
What's going on here?
We need to have abortion up to at least the 9th trimester, probably later than that.
I think she should still have the right to abort that baby that she blinded.
Okay.
The
question is it morally good? Listen, is it morally good if she keeps the baby?
Sure.
How is it morally good if torture is worse than death?
I didn't say torture is always worse than death. I said it can be. There's no contradiction.
Even JB like, what?
It's not. I said very clearly. It's not always.
That's a lie. You lied.
I said very specifically that torture is not always worse than death.
If she has the choice, all right, pro-choice, she has the choice to kill that child or not kill that child. And if you agree that killing that child is worse than letting that child live. If she were to do something, if she were to do something to where she let that child live, which you said was better than letting it die, but the child was born with some sort of debilitating handicap that brought her attention and some sort of a benefit, how would that be morally better than killing that child?
Where's my
coat? So we're comparing whether it's morally better to get an abortion or to deaf, dumb, and blind the child and then give birth to it.
Have you been to
college? The baby lives. The baby. She's gonna have the baby.
Okay,
she's gonna bring the baby full term, but the baby's gonna be deaf, dumb, and blind due to her decisions.
Yeah. Okay, I think then making the baby deaf, dumb, and blind and giving birth to it would actually be a worse thing than just getting an abortion. I think that would be worse.
How so? If you believe that death is worse than life, do you see that contradiction in your worldview?
Well, no, because I said death isn't always worse than life. So it's not a contradiction, right?
That's bullets.
Okay,
it is a contradiction.
What's the contradiction? I literally said it's not always worse.
Shoot me now.
Down here at the bottom, we have this menopausal guy. We have this menopausal guy, Ben Thorpe, down here at the bottom.
How are you?
He's always good for some laughs. And then we got Div and Modded and Maryland. I'm just going to hush and sit here and sip my whiskey.
Well, I've had a conversation.
Real quick, Ben Thorpe.
Yeah.
It's Modded's turn, and then you're right after him.
Sure.
Modded, because he was in here first.
No problem.
It's Modded, and then it's Ben, and then it's Maryland.
Oh, no.
Maryland, I got you muted right now because there's some background noise. So if you have to turn off the podcast. Like if you're watching the podcast and you're on here, turn that off. But go ahead, Modded.
Hey, what's going on, Fogassi? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you. What's your question? And to
what's
who?
Up,
to who?
So maybe for you, you seem to be more level-headed. And Mr. Dane, I think. So I was brought up by a single mom, and they led me to believe that men were responsible for women's happiness, stability, safety, not just women, children, and the weak one. But then again, I think we shifted this belief into overprotecting women, prioritizing women, and forgetting about everybody else, and that led to the unfortunate outcome of the destruction of the nuclear family, the the high suicide of men in court and self-inflicted. So I want to know what would you think be a good idea to like if you were a lawmaker, what type of law would you bring to balance things out?
What type of what?
Is this a question for me? You're asking?
Sure. For the panel
so,
in general.
All right. So the single mother epidemic. What law would I do to stop this from happening? To stop, men and women, having negative outcomes where women are single mothers. So one is very simple, man. Oh yeah, it's very simple. So one, I would get rid of the laws that I would put in place. I would fully get rid of the contraceptives. There's no more contraceptives.
What?
There's no more. So
what about pulling out? Is that illegal?
You can pull out. You can pull out. You can shoot. You can shoot on the belly if you got good aim. You can shoot wherever you want. Murder, but we getting rid of.
Stand back, Dane. Then
we getting rid of the contraceptives. Well, listen to he asked me a question. Let me answer, man. I'll be very concise too. So what I would legislate, if I was a lawmaker, I'll get rid of the contraceptives because basically women would have more stake within the man that they choose to date. They'll have more stake. They would think, and they would be they would discern better because it's like, well, if I get pregnant by this man, I can't get pregnant by the wrong man. So therefore I have to choose a better man. Right. So women would be held accountable for their bad choices. That's going to happen. And women are very smart. Women tend to use logic in many ways. Like they know, well, I'm gonna go for the taller guy because he can protect me. That's using logic. I'm gonna go for the guy that makes more money rather than a broke guy because I want to live a better life. I want my children to live a better life. They do utilize logic. So I think that they would still utilize logic if within choosing the men that they sleep with, if they didn't have a comfortable pillow to lay on where, I can have an abortion. They got plan Bs all the way to plan Zs. Take away all those other plans. They'll be more accountable. They'll make better decisions. It will be less single mothers.
But wouldn't that also like increase abortion?
No, contraceptives. There's no more abortions. I'm getting rid of all of it.
He would include abortion under that.
Yeah.
Oh, he would include abortion. Okay. My second question is my follow-up question. I guess it is that how do we go about prioritizing kids over women to make things better?
Okay, so how do we go about prioritizing children over women to make things better?
I got an answer.
Overall.
I got an answer.
If you
until
want to answer, go ahead.
All courts in the Western world automatically gave full custody to the man in almost every situation. And it's always better for the kids. Always
50-50 will work.
Honestly, I would get rid of divorce as well.
Only recently in the 20th century, this idea come up that women are good custodians of children. They're not without men.
Ben, I'm going to need you to stop saying shit I agree with because I don't like you, so I don't want to agree with you.
No, wait, I got one because I know this guy
Ben
here.
says this because he's a single father, right?
I'm in the middle of an endless bullshit.
Yeah, but your daughter's with you, so
28 months long. It's nonsense.
Yeah,
are your
other kids?
No, you don't
your
have
other
to
kids are with
explain
your-
it, but I
with your
mean,
wife, right?
it makes sense. You can understand this.
Yeah, women are great when kids are little, but as kids get older, their dad should always be the leader, even if the mom dips.
Always.
And moms won't dip.
They don't really want to be around
dads
you,
will
do
be
they?
more careful.
Should always be the leader.
How they choose.
Always.
We bring
There's
order.
no bad dads.
I think
No, there are bad
actually
dads.
don't really think there are many bad dads. No.
There are some though, but we bring order. But
Yeah, I mean,
single father homes, single
Very
father
few.
homes produce better outcomes than single mother homes. That's
Did
And
you
the
read
reason-
that whole study? Did you read that whole study, Dane?
And the reason
Yeah,
for that is that women, it's odd. Women, when they're pulled away from a man, will generally use the kids as weapons. In almost
Yeah.
every case, they
Not
will use the kids as weapons.
everyone.
A dad will almost never use his kids as a weapon. He will always prioritize his kids. And that's just the nature of masculinity. And I know there are men who are basically women, like Ryan Radical Coder over here. He is a dangerous man. Now, watch. You guys are wondering, how do you get him? Okay,
He is dangerous.
he actually thinks that it would be okay for a woman to have multiple male partners in a polyamorous relationship, right? And to get
Only
pregnant
if he
and
gets to
have
be one of
kids
them.
in that
I don't want
situation.
to be one of them.
Why are we letting Ben talk?
Because
Ben's
This
trying to
is so
talk.
Let him make
rich
his
coming
case.
from you.
which is child abuse. That's child abuse. Having
So I
multiple
don't think
men
that's child
around
abuse, but
non-biological kid, that's child abuse. That's a setup. Now women step out.
wait, parents
women
taking
have
care of a
affairs, whatever.
non-biological kid is child
He's
abuse?
saying if a woman chooses to put a kid in that situation, that's fine. F that kid. He believes child abuse is good. It's
That's
fine.
crazy.
And this is, you're speaking about Radical Coder right now?
Yeah, he
So,
believes
can I-
that
Oh,
like
okay.
a woman
Yeah, so
can
can I
have
represent my
multiple
own
male.
Yeah,
partners.
yeah, go
Ben
ahead.
has never once represented
Yeah,
my
let
worldview
let
correctly
let
in his life.
and then Marilyn,
Am I
you're
wrong?
next.
Am I wrong?
Well,
So-
let Radical Coder defend himself. I don't really,
When
know you
say he
guys, so go
worships-
ahead.
You say he worships women. He literally worships
Worship
women.
women.
He hates children and he hates men.
Right. So I do think that there are probably like polyamorous couples and or whatever tuples. I don't know what the fuck you call them, but like who raise children. And
Polycules.
I don't think that's abusive to have children there. So sure, I guess I'd say
You
that.
call them whores.
I mean, you can call them whatever you want. I'm just saying I don't think they're abusing their children by being in those like non-traditional relationships. But I mean,
You
if
don't
you
think
think
it's
if you think they
abusive
are,
for a
that's,
woman
that like you have to make that
to
case,
have
right? That's your argument to
Multiple
make.
men around, and not even know who the daddy is around kids. You think
Well,
that
I don't know if they don't know who the dad is or whatever. You're adding more stuff in now than what I said. but-
okay? So, but you're saying you don't think it's abusive, but all studies show that it's abusive when there are multiple men around
Name one.
kids. Yes, you don't think that a kid
No,
deserves
name-
a
no,
mother
you said
and
all,
a
you said all
father.
studies. Name one.
I don't have them on
Yeah,
hand.
you don't have any because you're making it up, right? You're
Trust
lying.
me, bro.
It's common sense.
It's not common sense.
have
Why
a
would you need to?
bunch of
Why would you
men-
need to reference a study then if it's common sense, Ben?
Well, okay. Who abuses kids? Fathers or stepfathers
Both.
in the home?
Or
Vast
women,
majority are stepfathers.
I don't even know if
The
that's
vast
true.
majority are stepfathers, step-parents, right?
I'm not sure.
I would have to
You
say
don't
that's
think
false.
step-parents abuse more than biological parents?
I'm not sure.
I would
I've
say
heard
that's
that, but I
false.
don't know if it's true. I've never seen the data.
That's
on it.
obviously true.
But I mean,
At a
That's
higher
look at the
rate.
data to figure
It's
out what
definitely
it
at
is.
a, it's
Probably
definitely at a
There's
higher
tons
rate.
of data that
not
backs that up.
Not
Of course
absolute
that's true.
numbers.
It's not numbers, but it's at a higher rate.
I'll just know I'm loving this panel.
So then you're
And we love you
what
too,
I'm
big
saying
guy.
is, you might have a situation like Madid is in. His mom may have become single for whatever reason. Okay, but wouldn't you think it would be wrong for a woman to have a kid with no father there at all,
Not
or would that be a
necessarily.
It
woman's
would
right?
reduce the chances of abuse, according to you, right?
Right, Radical Coder. Do you
No,
think that would
I don't
be
think it's.
okay
I don't
too?
think it's morally wrong to for a single either for a single father to adopt a child or for a single mother to give birth to a child. I don't think that's wrong.
Okay, so she gets pregnant knowing there's not going to be a dad around, and you think that's fine.
I mean, it's probably gonna
So
be harder
you hate
unless she has.
children. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying. You hate children.
Okay, I mean,
So don't tell us about how
that's
you
not
want
how I
it.
feel about it, but that's
You
certainly
hate
your
children.
perspective.
Mandate
Ben, and I
anal.
appreciate you sharing it.
How is that not child abuse?
Butt stuff saves lives.
Being a single parent is child abuse?
Planning to be a single parent is child abuse. Absolutely.
Amen.
Well,
See, and
yeah,
I don't
well,
even like.
wouldn't-
I don't
wouldn't-
even like being.
Uh,
I don't
wouldn't
even
it
like
entail
being. But this thing
Seems like
a few
you do.
years ago, before Obergefell was ruled, where with the LBGT marriage, and there was the issue where like two women or two men could go through in vitro or adoption or something, and they planned on having a fatherless or a motherless family. that is planning on denying that child a parent. That
That's
is
right.
child abuse.
Yeah, so you guys are characterizing
I
gay
can't
couples as
believe
inherently
that Radical
abusive. I see
Coder
what's
has
going
me
on here.
agreeing
I
with
see.
Ben frickin' Thorpe.
There's some like old school homophobia crap. Like,
I don't know why you
two
think
dads
that
can raise a
is child
kid.
abuse.
Sorry, bad news for
That
you guys.
is
Two dads
child
can raise a
abuse.
kid. Two moms can raise a kid. One mom can raise a kid. One dad can raise a kid. Happened
What
to
do
a
you
lot of you
call
probably.
raising a kid? What do you call raising a kid, Radical Coder? What do you call raising a kid? Do you just mean
same shit you do,
keeping a
except with
kid
maybe
from
a few
dying?
exceptions. Maybe I wouldn't teach them that the creator of the universe is mad at them for masturbating or whatever, but like
I'm asking you, what do you consider qualifying as raising a kid other than keeping them
big
from
question. There's a
dying?
lot of stuff. Like I don't know.
I'm
making
asking
sure
you
they have-
what it means.
Yeah,
I'm asking you what it means.
Survive
He's
and
trying
have,
to answer,
socialize
Dane.
well, go to school, like do well in school, like
Ryan,
have friends.
Ryan,
I don't know.
Ryan,
A
you
lot.
go ahead for a second. We have 4 black men on this panel. Everyone knows, every black person, most white people know, what is the major problem in the black community? It's that dads aren't present, right?
That's not true,
And
actually. The data actually shows that black men are more likely to be in their child's lives than white men.
Facts.
There is an enormous correlation between the absence of fathers and negative outcomes. It's not just blacks, but in all
families. Yeah. So one, it's a few things. It's not only, I would say that, and the data even shows that Ben is right in this instant. Fathers not being in the homes. It doesn't matter if the data says that, well, there's more black fathers that's around the children. They're not in it's not a patriarch. Like usually the father has no authority in that home to give direction to the child, right? We're speaking about a nuclear family with the child under the roof with the mother and the father produces much better outcomes. And also single father households produces the same outcomes as 2-parent outcomes.
Because they're 2-parent households. If you read the study,
So listen. There's other things though when it comes to the black problem. Is that the void of not enough fathers in the home. There's also education. There's also finances. There's also culture. There's many different things that's involved in it. But fathers not being in the home is the major thing though. That's like number one.
Right.
Is it wrong for single people to adopt?
Adoption is
they're saying it's abusive, right? You guys are saying
that's a loaded question,
right? Well,
I think that's a loaded question.
I don't care if you think it's loaded. Ben just said it was abusive.
Radical code. We're talking about in Dane's situation too. Putting a kid on purpose in a situation in which they're deprived of a father is child abuse.
Yeah. So Dusty just asked if a single person adopting a child is child abuse, and you just said yes, right? Do you all agree with that?
That is not the same thing.
Is a single father adopting a child not intentionally putting that child in a situation where it has one parent?
No, adoptions happen because adoption should only happen when there's a problem.
I'm not asking about what you think should happen with adoption. I'm asking you if you think that a single father adopting a child, intentionally choosing to put a child in a single parent household is abuse, which is what you just said.
No. But how can the child even be adopted if it wasn't like? Children have to go to adoption like clinics, facilities for certain reasons where it's like the mother just left and that father just left, or it wasn't a safe environment for that child to live with the mother. It's an emergency situation.
For emergency child abuse in certain circumstances, all right.
By his standard, obviously.
No,
of course you have less than ideal situations.
Radical
doper.
You
gotta be out of your mind not to understand the distinction between adopting someone in an emergency situation, which is a beautiful thing, and creating a situation on purpose, which misses a huge part of what it is that a child deserves. Every child should have a mother and father in the home. Obviously, stuff happens, but to say I'm going to deprive the child of this on purpose is child abuse. You hate children.
Why are we letting Ben talk?
Hey, Marilyn, how are you?
Please.
We can do other things.
Listen.
Marilyn, yeah, we can do other things.
Listen, the chat want to know what's good with you.
Marilyn, you have those kind of bedroom eyes.
Marilyn. For the record, I'm happily married for 30. I'm happily married for 34 years. I've raised 5 kids, so I ain't in that camp. But that's funny as hell.
That is funny. I ain't in that camp
that's
either,
hilarious.
man. But
Yeah, me
listen,
neither.
Marilyn, this is what happens when you come around, male environments, right?
No,
Right?
I'm gonna find your demon. It may not be the abortion demon, but you got one. So let's go toe to toe.
Who does?
Well, before you, I'm actually gonna bounce. But it has been a pleasure, Cooley. Thank you for having me up.
Radical.
All right, Radical.
Dunked
Come on,
on.
Radical.
Dunked
Hang in
on.
here, man.
Dunked
Oh,
on.
yo, so real quick before you go, we'll be doing another panel. Today Tuesday, we'll be doing another panel. Thursday, we getting it popping.
Okay. Yeah. I think I'm.
Run
yeah,
away,
Radical.
boy. Run away.
Thursday.
Run
Have
away.
you a long
Run away.
time, Ryan?
Yeah. So
It's
Radical
Marilyn
Coder.
saw his
I'm
demon.
Ryan,
Radical
Radical
Coder.
Coder. I do a lot of debates. I do a lot of panels. I do a lot of fun stuff like that over at my channel, and a lot of politics. I'm a progressive dude, so you can come call me a cuck or whatever. But you'll probably lose the argument at the end of the day. So good luck with that.
Radical Coder.
He
Hey,
likes
man.
it. He likes it.
Radical.
Yeah.
Hey, man. If you can hold your dog under your arm like that, you're gay.
Okay, I'm actually leaving to go hang out with my girlfriend. So I can take that. It's fine. See you guys. All right. Chat. He would create a huge situation in this country if he had his. Oh, yeah, obviously. I mean, obviously, like their takes are so fucking ridiculous. They're cartoons. Like, what are we even supposed to do with that? Any of that? Oh, baby boy. They are mean to Ryan. True Ella Sparta. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to bounce, but I appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out. What the fuck was that guy on? Which one? Ben? I mean, oof. Where do we even start? I did appreciate like some of the guys there, like the one guy who was asking me questions, like I could tell he was like genuinely like obviously we disagreed about whether abortion should be legal, but like he was actually like asking good faith questions and stuff. Like I just pressed him on he was avoidant to acknowledging the like his worldview would like have to force women to be pregnant, which is why he started like arguing about the he's like, oh well, no, I just think they should be able to convince them to do. And I'm like, well, that's not what you're arguing for, like, right? Like you're not arguing for them to be able to bargain about it. You're arguing that they should have the final say, right? That they should be able to decide, like, no, you cannot abort that child. It's not about convincing. But I think that was like the most interesting part of the panel. I don't know if you have the patience. I mean, I've been doing shit like this for a long time, with much crazier folks. I mean, even Ben. Like I've been on shit with Ben. I was like one of the original players in the Thorpe sphere. Like I've gotten used to him. I thought he was gonna bring up some really crazy shit, which I'm glad he didn't. But it was. But he made like that argument about the poly thing. Like I think we were in like a disc. We weren't even on. It wasn't even on a stream or anything. I don't think. I think we were just on like a Discord call. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I think it'd be fine. Like if people are in a poly relationship and they decide to have kids or whatever, it might be like more complicated. Yeah. But is what it is. I appreciate you all being here. Shout out again to the supporters, especially we had I think mostly Alexander, Fatoy also, and Baxter Boy as always. Appreciate all of those folks and everyone else, even if you did not send me any money. Although I might appreciate you a little bit less, but I still appreciate you extremely, extremely high. Yeah, Umbreon and I will see you tomorrow or today. I guess it's past midnight now, so I guess we'll see you later today. Where should I send you guys? I'm glad we went on that panel. We probably got some. Hopefully I think we I mean, how many people are watching Cooley's channel right now, right? Let's see. I don't even think I'm subscribed to him. No Fugazi, because I couldn't even find it earlier. Yeah, I'm not subscribed. Let's see.
Oh God.
Yeah, 300 people watching. That's cool. I'm gonna send you guys. I always want to send you guys to Rob when I see him live. I just think it'd be so funny, but I'm not gonna do it. Kind of maybe Pisco. What's Pisco doing right now? Let's see. Pisco. Is he about to wrap up?
Yeah, same scenario for Swazi, going for any.
Oh, it seems like he's still going for a bit, so I'm gonna send you guys a Pisco. That's my move. Or maybe Rinald. Yeah. What about Rinald? What do you think? Pisco or Rinald? I mean, Rinald needs it more, but I want to. I like building the. He's only got one viewer right now.
It was like collusion with Russia?
Nope.
No. Then what was it from?
It was from George Papadopoulos meeting with an Australian diplomat saying that he had intel that Russia was dropping information on Hillary Clinton, and that Australian diplomat went to the FBI. And
he sounds like he's cooking right now too. Yeah, I think one day, eventually, we'll raid into Rob. I want to wait. I want to let things simmer a bit more. But yeah, okay. You know the drill. Go over there, tell him learning is radical, and tell him I know what he did. I'll never forget it. Dorito says treats for the pup for $5. Thank you for the last minute dono. I appreciate that. Thank you, Dorito. Thank you for hanging out as well. Super appreciated. And I'll see you guys all very soon. Okay. Bye-bye.
and said, hey,
the DNC and Hillary with a campaign finance